Good morning. Just checking to see if I'm on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Karen. It's Chris.
Hey, Chris. How are you?
I'm fine, hon.
Are you in the UK?
Sadly, yes, I'm back.
I'm in California, so we're
Oh,
kind of opposite ends of the spectrum time-wise.
I was going to message you earlier. I'll message you later. Just something I
Okay.
thought of you off the other day.
How you been?
Good. Yeah, very well, thank you.
Nice. Should be an interesting meeting. I'm hoping. Good
Oh, good.
things.
I am only just going through the board packet now. I'm literally only on part two.
So I'm trying to download the final packet, and I don't see it attached. The one that he sent June 1st. Text. Because all I have is the old one. I just don't see any of the
Karen, the
attachment.
one on the CDD website's dated the 6th of June, the 5th of June. So if you want to maybe just go on the Solterra CDD site, the board packet's got, I don't know if that means it was modded. It just says revised 5th
53. Disregard. All right, good morning, everybody. All right. Call to order the regular meeting for the Board of Supervisors for Solterra Resort CDD. Today is June 5th, approximately 10 a.m. Take roll call. Members of the board, Brian Mertz. Here. Deborah Hyam. Bobby Boissard.
Present.
Monthly.
Yes, sir.
Karen Winker online, and then, members of your staff, Joe Bullens, Brian Mendez with Rosetta, members of the Dora team present. Legal team with Savannah Hancock and Megan Lassing.
Bird wants to do it. But everybody's busy.
Yeah, what it is, they don't put, they haven't updated again, that's my bad. Greg is in here somewhere, right? Greg. And, other members of staff and members of the audience. We'll open up to audience public comments. We have Jeff Boyle for 1011 Oak Bluff Drive.
Hi, I just had a couple things I wanted to voice my opinion on. The gate up front, it was proposed that they're gonna be putting a roof on there at a cost of $50,000. I hardly believe that that's gonna be able to be done for $50,000. If you're gonna wanna do that, you're gonna wanna put a marquee up there. When it's being built, you're gonna have to build in electric, plumbing, wiring. Probably gonna wanna put, lane markers on LED signage, guest check-in only for guests and owners only this lane. And that's fine and dandy, you know, it would probably be a good thing, but we're still not addressing the issue of turning into here and having to deal with the people that either are not registered or have no clue what they're doing. And that's where you get the backup coming up on Pine Tree Trail. I mean, people are just starting to pile up on that line. And Bobby knows firsthand, you get these, you finally get up there and you want to turn into where you go. And all of a sudden here comes somebody cutting right in front of you. Now I almost ran into someone about a week or two ago. And it just happens all the time. And for putting that kind of money into that, I mean, you're talking probably, I bet it close to $100,000 to have that kind of a program. I mean, I know you guys are going to discuss the next, for actually the first thing on here, but, in my opinion, I think those monies should be put more towards getting cloudy, either the right software, whatever, to get these people in and register and working with the management companies, which are, you know, booking these homes and giving these people the, you know, the way to get into this is what you gotta do. You gotta have this, that, and everything. But, you know, inevitably, you're always gonna end up with somebody that's, you know, not playing the game. But I feel that that money would be more productive in getting the people in after, you know, if you can get the flow of traffic going, it's great, you know. Then you can start looking into these things where you want to enhance it and everything else. But it just doesn't seem feasible right now to be doing that. That's my opinion. And the other thing is, we're gonna be stocking fish and pond, right? Is that where they're going with this?
Well, later in the agenda, we're gonna consider it, but it's up for consideration.
Like to know how that's gonna affect, you know, not only that, but, you know, I mean, that's a lot of money, it's a lot of fish, you know.
No, stick around. I mean, we'll be talking about it.
Yeah. But yeah, so I want to say. Okay.
No, good stuff. Well, thank you for those comments. Any other public comments in the room? Anybody online? Any public comments? Going once? All right. So district engineers, Greg, I have your, renderings that you sent me over email here for the board's review.
Sure.
So, turn it over to you for your staff updates.
Sure. I've been working with our transportation group to come up with a scope and fee for a feasibility study. What this will do is we'll kind of provide the board with layouts and cost estimates and kind of what it's going to take to make this project happen. A lot lot of moving parts on this project. We've been coordinating with our utilities group because there's a pretty substantial utility relocation as part of this project. There's also going to be, we've been talking with Mason Blau, an architect, regarding the relocation of the guardhouse and what that cost is and what those design fees would be. And also we're coordinating with our landscape architects and designers to relocate and do some estimates related to the irrigation relocation and redesign that's going to happen due to the widening of the roadways. So we are hoping to have that scope and fee for you for the July meeting. And we can talk about it in a little bit more detail then of what's involved in the costs associated with putting that program together.
Sounds good.
Can I speak really quick?
Absolutely.
For everyone listening in, the community expressed a strong interest in the front gate and resolutions to that. We asked Greg to look into what would be options to be able to, the top three things that came through were the widening of the incoming lanes to 3, moving back of the guardhouse to where it could have recovery, where they could be able to do stuff. And then, what was the third one? There's 3 big ones that are more. The guardhouse, signage, overhead signage, where it was very clearly marked when people came in, which lane they should be going. So by moving the guardhouse back, we have more lanes. My question for Greg would be, was there anything that looked like it would be impossible or extremely difficult or extremely expensive from your initial kind of looking into this? Like you mentioned utilities. I know they've said that there's a lot of wiring that comes into the current guardhouse now. Is there anything else, the sewage or the drainage that happens there that would be extremely difficult if we were to try to make these 3 things happen?
Yeah, the utility relocates are very substantial because you have very large reuse and very large water line coming in there. And to relocate those lines, it takes a lot of design. We have to do plan profiles. I'm not saying that can't happen. And also, it looked like on my preliminary layout that the widening of the road could impact the wall. So we would probably have to remove a little bit of that wall at the east end. So all of that together, it's going to be very expensive. But I mean, just to provide the board with what this might cost for you to be able to make future decisions, I think that's probably our first step.
And as you looked at this so far, and I won't hold you to these numbers, is there any range of what, when you're looking at this to be able to make these 3 things happen, we're looking at 100,000, looking at $1 million, looking at 5 million. Is there any sort of just kind of a general ballpark of where your gut would tell you where it's looking like these might fall at some point as we get closer? Meaning we'll know more next month, but do you have an initial kind of ballpark?
For the construction of it'd be over $1 million. I mean, I don't know if it would be 5 million, but I'm assuming it would be over $1 million.
Okay, and then looking at these proposed drawings, does this, I see the roof of the guard shack, is that a relocated position, or do both of these result in the guardhouse being in the same place?
No, they take into account the guardhouse being relocated. Okay,
and approximately how far are we talking in terms of feet?
I'm trying to bring that up now. Can you share that just real quick, Brian?
I'm looking at.
You want me to share my screen?
Yeah, if you could.
I see a large palm tree to the left of it. Is that essentially where the guardhouse is currently?
Bear with me, Greg. I am working through.
Yeah, I'm bringing it up too.
Yeah, that's in the basically what I'm proposing it here.
But what about on the top one? What's the top one?
The top of the curb.
Is the curb, okay.
This is where he's looking.
Okay.
So this is the gatehouse and that's where the front gate curb.
I see. It's very confusing from a drawing because it's not labeled.
Greg, I'm not gonna be able to share my screen.
No, you're good.
Not worth it.
So I guess that was my point is we're just gonna be able to put how many more cars in the queue?
I'm saying it's about 16 complex.
But we don't address the fact that we can't do anything about Pine Tree
We're not
Trail.
going to fix anything.
Okay,
I've been to two communities in the last 3 weeks. They all have much more drivers than this. They had double checking lanes.
And they
That
still have
doesn't really
problems.
work. Is if we had 2 check-in lanes or we shipped most of the check-ins to the clubhouse.
okay, I think
Then
I've
it's not gonna-
got my question answered by Bobby, thank you.
And Greg, do you think the planning cost for any of this would exceed $35,000?
Yes.
So just so you know, that is the threshold for having a public bid, the engineering services for this contract. So we would have to bid out the planning and study activities related to the underlying engineering. Additionally, as I'm sure you are well aware, the construction project would definitely cross over the public bid threshold as well. So just something to keep in mind. Any moving forward with this project at all will require multiple public bidding processes.
And that's over $1 million project.
And the
Just
fact
Just a little bit of an update on that too. We'll provide you with a proposal next month, so we'll have a better idea of what all of that's gonna cost, but I'm assuming it is gonna be over that threshold.
Yeah,
And
Well, do
we
you
would
guys
need a
want
bond to do that, correct?
What was that?
We would need a bond to do that,
to finance it,
yeah.
you could do it alone.
Yeah, I mean, you technically,
But
a little over
essentially-
$1 million you have, but you'd be spending your surplus.
I mean, there's different options. If we could talk to bond council to see if there's, like a short term
Okay.
issuance. Something else that I've done in a few districts recently is a loan, basically. It's almost like a line of credit, pull it out and then you pay back the cost over about 10 years, but rates right now are
No.
bad.
My recommendation right now would be to table this till August at least. We're not gonna get anywhere with this revenue that's here and discuss it for August when we discuss security.
I would agree with Bobby, because I feel like, yes, homeowners want solutions to the gates, but I think that there's overwhelming sentiment that they want to keep their assessments flat. And they don't want any more fees.
And I don't wanna keep racking up engineering fees, working on something that we can't even do.
I would disagree with this. I think it is a good decision, and the homeowners in the community have made it abundantly clear. This is the absolute number one issue that they have with Solterra. They've asked the board to help find solutions to this. Now, I didn't think it was gonna be cheap, which is why I asked them, what's the number? I expected sticker shock, and this probably could be higher than the number he quoted today, when it's all said and done. I understand that I would be one of 1,000 other homeowners that would be responsible for paying that to help get it done. But I do think there are 1,100 homeowners here that have wanted this resolved for several years, and there is no resolve. There's no resolution yet. We've tried multiple angles, and there's been lots of options and lots of things we've looked at it. Being if we only have one entrance, there is no alternative than fixing this, because it's still not fixed today. If you were to ask homeowners and told them, they would say the front gate is still not solved or is not effective at getting people in to the community safely without issues. We've gotten way better. And this, in my opinion, is the closest we've come to finding a solution that could work. There would be 2 check-in lanes. There would be options for multiple check-in stations on the walkways going
I would give that to check behind it, there's only one there.
mobile check-in stations. So
Why,
we
if we're
have
gonna spend the money, why not just ship that operation to the clubhouse and not spend $2.5 million on a gate? We're only gonna get 16 more cars in this lane.
There's 3 lanes. There's 3 lanes coming.
On a Friday night, we had 3,000 cars in 4 hours.
And I think
We're getting 16 cars times 3 at most. We're not getting the kind of country trail. The only absolute to ending the backup on there is to shift check-ins, whether that be security down here in the circle doing check-ins or something. But to spend 2.5 million, and that's just a rough estimate on my knowledge of building history doing that. We're looking at probably $2.5 million realistically to relocate storm drains, electricity. I would much rather ship the whole operation somewhere else where we're not out on Pine Tree Trail and have to add back up all together.
And on my end, there is agreements with Bobby on that. I think we discussed a lot of options, having more check-ins up here, expanding the area that I do think are, viable possible alternatives. But between the front gate and check-in, we haven't got to a finish line where the homeowners are happy at their ability to get into the property yet. And so I understand the project are us to do more to look forward with that. This is something that I would definitely want the community to weigh in and share their thoughts with the board. I understand it's expensive. I understand not providing a solution just causes dissension among homeowners. I understand they also, homeowners don't want their fees to go up as well. So we've got several kind of obstacles and there is no one clear solution. And I don't know if waiting another year.
Oh, no, we can go August. I mean, I'm not saying a year.
I have some comments on this, but what do you got?
I mean, I just want to add that, we're still working on creating revenue drivers in the resort. And as we create revenue drivers that allow us to bring in new amenities and more things for guests to do here on the property, we kind of passively decompress some of the traffic by providing services that guests would have to leave and return for. I don't think that we have adequately explored alternate access programs sufficiently to warrant this. And, I can't speak for everyone here, but I know personally that my finances are very, very tight. And I don't think that I am a one-off in terms of homeowners in this community. It is very well known that we are having a huge uptick in foreclosures of properties. And I feel that there's a huge number of homeowners that are barely meeting their expenses month to month. And I think that if we seriously considered increasing fees for a project that is going to be a huge disruption to access for the duration of the project, I don't know what that is going to be, plus additional costs, that we're going to bankrupt a large percentage of our property owners in the resort. So I think we need to tread very carefully. I think that up until recently, there hasn't been a lot of confidence in the board from homeowners' perspectives prior to our new management teams. I think that there's a good amount of sentiment of homeowners. And I know that the group represents a very small percentage of homeowners across the board that don't feel like we're actually getting things done. I know that there was a lot of pipe dreams. Oh yeah, we could do this. And then we would get roadblocks. I think we need to slow our roll a little bit. We need to complete the projects that we have already started. Allow the homeowners to see that, yes, we can make improvements. We can strengthen our marketing capabilities for this resort. We can add new amenities without increasing homeowners' fees. And I think that once we do that, once we get the game lawn done, once we get the lazy river resurfaced and heat added and lights, and the homeowners can see that, yes, we are able to make decisions that represent most homeowners' best interests without costing them more money, then we're going to have a much better place to have this kind of a conversation.
It's a great points. It looks like you got your hand raised. You got something for us?
Yes. So I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, I have some questions, but would this plan, as drawn, require homeowners ceding land to the CDD?
She can't see the front road, mind you.
No, no, it does not.
Okay, so the homeowners would not have to give up easements or anything like that. What about when you move the utilities? Wouldn't you be moving the utilities effectively into the homeowners' backyards?
No, there's a right of way there that's larger than the roadway. And that area that
Mhm.
we are expanding the roadway is within that road right of way that the CDD owns.
Okay, that's good
Yeah.
news because initially I had drafted a plan initially years ago where we would actually have the guardhouse right there at the intersection of and Acorn and Solterra Boulevard. And they did say at the time that we would have to get homeowners to cede land to the CDD. So that's good news. Um, how long would the construction disrupt the entrance if we were to go forward with something like
Probably
this?
4 to 6 months.
And what would that look like?
So you would have to keep traffic open. So they could do a couple different things. They could construct an additional lane. My thoughts would be that they would do all of the work outside of the existing pavement first, and then they would be able to close a lane down because they would have a temporary lane opened up for the widening project. But not sure of all of those logistics just yet. Like we said, we'll get into all of that once we start getting into the feasibility of this, and also once we get into the design of the project. But we will take all of that into consideration and make sure that traffic can flow. That's a priority when we do these projects, maintenance of traffic.
Right, because 5 to 6 months, I mean, and with all due respect, that's what you're saying. But I think most of us have experienced road construction and major projects like this, and rarely do they ever come in on time. So that is a big concern to have our front gate not shut down, but essentially disabled for a big chunk of time. So I could see this going longer than 5 to 6 months, and that's a little problematic. The other thing is I do agree with Debbie. I think that right now, financially, most people are strapped. And while we definitely want to see something, um, something that is going to really make a difference, and I do believe moving the gate back is pretty much what we need to do eventually. We just don't have the funding for it right now. And I think to issue bonds, to increase CDDs, a lot of people are going to get hurt right now. Um, and so my thinking on this is perhaps, and the reason why, and I understand why people say, oh, you want to put a $50,000 Band-Aid on this. You know, right now we do have a lot of people coming into the gate,
The
and they
voting 30
have,
minutes.
pardon me?
Go ahead. Sorry.
We do have a lot of people coming into the gate, and on the approach at ground level, that's where the signage is. They have absolutely no idea which side to go in on. And they're cutting around people because they see an empty lane on the right-hand side. So they're cutting around people, and it's not just disruptive and impolite and illegal. It is also very dangerous. And the reason why it's very dangerous is because people are cutting around and going into oncoming traffic, and the traffic going northbound on Pine Tree Trail isn't expecting these people that are rushing through. And we have had at least one incident where both parties, the party that cut the line and the party that was approaching from the south end of Pine Tree Trail, and both all occupants in both vehicles had to be airlifted out. It's a very dangerous situation. People need to have signage. I can't think of one single short-term rental community where check-in is at the gate where they don't have this overhang. And it's something that we can afford to do without raising CDDs, I believe, or when we can, then we will. We have to get pricing on it. I was told that it would probably run about $50,000. That may or may not be exactly right, but we have to ask. The other thing is that when people are coming in that way, they can see it clearly. It looks better. We have a problem at the guardhouse where the door is constantly open. There's no shade at 105 degrees sometimes. And that air conditioner that we've got is basically, trying to air condition the world, right? And so it's breaking down. It's a mess. It's a big expense to keep fixing or whatever we do to that air conditioner that's not working. And it's not nice for the people who are working at the gate. It's also not nice for our guests who are coming in and they roll down that window and there's no shade. But even worse than that is when we get our sideways rain all summer long and our guards are getting soaked to the bone. And by the way, the guests are too when they roll down their window to check in. It's not welcoming. And this is the first welcoming event to Solterra. And I think it has to look better. It has to be formidable. So people have a sense of obligation to go in the correct lane and they have the correct signage that they can see from Pine Tree Trail as to which lane to go in. And it's the least expensive and most immediate fix that we can get. And then if we are focusing on revenue generating, I mean,
No.
what we've done with the cafe has been amazing in terms of generating revenue. And Debbie's got a lot of ideas. There are a lot of things that we've been discussing that, yes, are going to cost a little bit of money up front, some money up front, certainly not, millions of dollars, that will generate the kind of revenue, I believe, will generate the kind of revenue
We need about 2
that
more
we
minutes.
could, that
Is
will
that-
eventually, yeah, I'm done with this now. So that's basically it. I think that we need to think about revenue generating.
A couple of questions to the engineer. Is there?
Yeah, Greg's here.
Hey, can you hear me? What's his name?
Greg?
Yes, sir, I hear you.
Yeah, a quick question. So you mentioned something like 3 lanes for check-in. Can I estimate it after the previous meeting? Do you really think that there is a 3 lanes we can get in for the check-in? I don't think so. It has that kind of a space there.
Well, you will have to, it does impact a little bit of the wall that's coming in. You can kind of, if you look at where we're going to extend the lane, it does kind of take a little bit of that wall, impacts that wall. So some of that would have to come off. Plus we would have to directional drill all of that force main and the water main there all the way through. So I think that we can make that happen, but it's going to cost.
Yeah. I would like you to kind of do the estimate because if you look at, what is the feet like? Is it like 30 feet right now, the road?
Yeah, like what, 10 feet across for a car?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
When you come in
11,
inside. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, it's 11-foot lanes, I think, is what we have shown in there now for the cars.
The question is, at the entrance,
What's
even,
the median and 2 lanes going out?
yeah, now we have 2 lanes coming in at the front right now, right? The way it is configured, even that itself is cramped. But if we need to add one more lane at the front, I don't think we have enough space, number one. Number two, if we need to keep the guard house in the middle, that is going to encroach. Not only that, the front, we have a, what, like, 30 feet, 35 or 40 feet, the road, go inside, it will shrunk to 25 feet. So that's where I'm having a doubt that how the 3 lanes to come in and 1 lane going out can be fit in along with the guardrails. I don't think that is feasible.
Yeah,
Well, then
we'll look at all of those options, sir. And what we'll do is prior to getting started, if we were to move forward with this project, we would recommend having a board workshop and having all of our professionals in the room, the water, the sewer, the roadways, and we would talk about each one of these different items and exactly what you want to do and ways that we can accommodate you or challenges that we may have accommodating you. But we, like I said, we haven't gotten into design. These layouts here are preliminary for discussion purposes. So no measurements, no surveys have been taken into account or any elevations or grading or anything like that. So, but we do have the room to be able to do this project. I think we could probably even do 2 lanes out and 3 lanes in.
Let me jump in real quick. Thank you also for all of this. Let me jump in real quick. So another thing to take into note, Joe, Bobby and I have spent the last month working on alternative solutions. One of the things that we communicated was, you know what, let us explore this avenue first. Let us see what that can progress into. And then in the future, if we need to look into something like this, by all means, but we might be able to solve the issue. And then 2, take into consideration, it's not just the $1 million upfront cost, but I have a piece of paper right here with potential guardhouse coverage. So you got a whole new guardhouse. You're looking at an additional potentially to staff that 24/7, 219,000 reoccurring. So I think there's going to be more fees than just let's get this thing going. And I think this one, we're going to really need to put our heads together, because if this is going to be a plan, we got to put legal on financing options and what that looks like. So my question to the board is, it takes dollars for Greg to continue to do this research,
And
right?
to be honest, we can't even come up with a legitimate plan until after we public bid the services, because drawing up the plan is gonna exceed $35,000.
I think like couple of things, Brad. One, I'm absolutely in support with you. Let's like, one step at a time. The number one first thing. Good thing is that we were able to enhance the security mechanism at the front. That's what we're going to vote on, I guess, after looking at the thing. There's 2 fronts I see. One, there is a reduction in the overall budget. It's fantastic. Number 2, because we're going to depend on the technology a lot. I mean, the technology, Chair Ryan knows, and then we all know that technology always simplifies some of the things, never complicates, as long as we have the right users to use the technology. So having that incorporated, I think, I firmly believe that we can ease up some of these challenges. In peak season, we are going to have those things. And lastly, Debbie's point, Carrie's point, is that we are having some financial situations because of everything going on in and around us. And I see that there is an uptick in the sales of the Solterra homes as well. So it kind of shows some negative remarks. So at this time, adding some dollars is, we need to wait on it. Taking into consideration Brian Maid's opinion, I definitely support his opinion that we need to do something about it. But step 1, let's do this security enhancement with the technology. If that eases up a little bit, I think that's a win. That's a great win for all of us with the budget saving. And then lastly, we need to get a survey. I think even before going to Greg, we don't need to go to Greg. I think we have some kind of an idea. If we have a survey, I can take my own time to understand the length. And then when that is feasible to add 3 lanes, 1 lane out, 3 lanes coming in, including the guardrails, I can easily tell you, including the setbacks or not, can I give you a brief idea whether that is possible or not? So once we know the basic information, then we can go back and invest money on the analysis and engineering work.
Yeah, and that's my question to the board, right? Because if you approve Greg to continue to do research, and to Council's point, you might even have to go into bidding.
Yes.
It's gonna cost dollars. I'm always interested in our finances, and I don't know if we're ready for this, but it's a board decision. So I need board majority direction to move
There's
forward.
also another major issue with this, that we're not considering. We're putting all that traffic in gatehouse, literally right next to 13-bedroom homes. That we have people out there screaming, people tooting the horn. Last week, when I was up there, a guy got out of his car because he didn't have the parking pass. If we see yell at security, after you and whatever, I'm not moving my effing car, call the effing cops. We don't want that behind someone's home.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna move this gatehouse to plop that behind someone's 13-bedroom rental home, we're literally telling them to sell that house because we're never gonna rent it. With all that noise, people chewing the horn, screaming, swearing, it's not really doing any justice to the people actually trying to rent their home and make money inside the terrace.
So Brian, you kind of, spoke to the point that I had is if we do this, then we're gonna be looking at increasing security costs while at the same time, Bobby and Joe have been working on a plan to reduce security costs, so it doesn't quite make sense to me. And yes, those 2 big old houses, they're pretty much right on the sidewalk anyway, and if we're taking land from behind them, it's basically gonna be their pool screen and there's gonna be the guard booth like right there. It's gonna be that up close and personal, and I agree those houses will not be rented again, even though they do have a really cool whole wall TV screen mounted on them that you can see at night, but, if we're gonna spend $35,000 on something to help, the community, I would rather see $35,000 go to building a splash pad.
Sure. All right, any other comments? Do we wanna take a vote for direction?
The last thing I would say real quick, and then we can take a quick vote. There were people, the people that talked to me have expressed that this has been an issue for a long time, since I've been on board, before I've been on board. And they just said we would wish that the leadership could find a solution for it. And I know we've explored lots of options. And I think Bobby's done a fantastic job, and I would trust Bobby's recommendations on any of these in regards to what we should or shouldn't do. Right? I think there's a technology option. I think there's a second, add a clear option of having check-ins here. This is obviously the most expensive option, but it would, for the most part, hopefully solve the problems. Maybe not, I can figure out how to move different houses. So there's things there. When I talk to some of these people, and I would ask them this question: would you rather it gets solved now, us use existing budgets to solve it now? Would you rather us do revenue generating opportunities like a sports bar or a general store and then revisit it? The answer that I always got was, yeah, through the revenue stuff, so there's more money that can pay for it. Like, so there was an element that they're like, we don't necessarily want to just fork over the money out of our pockets. So I think there are options there. I mean, it's been clear to me that this is the #1 issue in the community that people want to have a solution to. And I think it directly relates back to a safety issue that I know I'm not supposed to talk about on the board and mention it out loud. There's a safety issue. I think that by this not being solved, and if it's not solved, there's, I don't know, it's something that should be addressed in some sort of capacity, and we haven't got there yet, even though I feel like we're getting closer. So I'm okay if we push it back. I do think that the community wants answers from the 5 people on the board and from the people here in this room to say, now, I'm not sure we're safe coming in, and there are issues that the guests that we're renting to. Joe, what's the #1 thing people complain about for Solterra in the 5-star reviews, as you've seen? The front gate?
Yeah, I mean, again, I have to go back.
Yeah, that's what I've seen when I've looked through negative reviews of what's there. So it's cost revenue. $1 million is nothing in terms of half of a year unrented because we have 3-star reviews from a long time ago. So I don't necessarily, when I've talked to the homeowners, that they have said the price to solve this is so oh my gosh, we never do it. They've been like, we want this solved and we just want a solution. So that's my only thought that I'm bringing to the board on those 5 people that vote on it. I think it can get pushed back another month while we discuss these numbers, and then we can come back with what we want to do. And I think a lot of people.
I'd like to try if the board, we can go up with it. So I'd be asking for a $3,000 spend with Joe to set up so that one of our superior officers can come down here to the circle and do check-ins here and not go on the front desk staff, the front desk staff, and obviously back them up and help out with that. But if we go in that circle or if we have some type of mobile kiosk outside that they can be in that row, bang out those tags quickly, I mean, only 30 seconds we're talking, and get those cars down the street. I think that
We're talking about the front drive expansion with the tablets.
yes.
Yeah.
Then have you identified the technology for that and what Bobby is?
No, we can, or we have.
We got this. Yeah, while we're working through the, whomever is on Sim, if you can use yourself.
That's not bad.
But
Really?
this isn't bad. Yeah, bear with me. So yeah, while we're exploring this, then, we'll continue to work with them.
So,
as possible.
Joe, is this a good time that we can bring up the new hours for the clubhouse?
Let's do
In
that.
terms of extended hours to support guest check-in and parking passes?
Let's do that.
I'm well aware of that. I just think that we're already paying that officer up front. So if we relocate without additional expense, we relocate one officer we're already paying for, they come down and help with the back and the traffic.
I'm fine with that as long as it doesn't impact, the overall staffing and budget.
All I'm asking for is a $3,000 spend.
And I think we could maybe finish the engineering
That's-
conversation and bring up that conversation a
Okay.
little later on, just to keep the agenda
Agreed.
moving, so we don't go too off track.
36 minutes in, let's take a vote. Do you want to make a vote, Ron?
I'd like to make a motion that we table this for 2 months,
August.
till the August meeting. I want to say thank you, Greg, for being able to provide this information, as this has helped us be able to get to a decision point, and will give us key information to work on and no options for a discussion in August. It's been extremely helpful, in my opinion, to see these and be able to talk through them and get the board's feedback on it.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Second from Deb, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Greg, anything else for the board?
I think that's all I've got today.
Do we have any cell phone tower updates that
That's
can
me.
address? Okay, we don't need him for that.
No. Greg, you can go ahead and hop on. Yeah, Greg. Okay, Greg, thank you.
All right, thank you all. My pleasure.
Can we just make a note that we got right off the phone here, 25 minutes?
Yes,
It's like a
yes.
record for us.
He is the first one, I will say. All right, so we are now on, so the shade session has been tabled until August. Myself, Joe, and Bobby are working with, the 2 providers that will be bidding for us and kind of getting an understanding of their system so we know what we're talking about.
Do we need a motion for that 3K spend?
Well, let's keep going. That 3K is probably gonna come in Joe's report, because we're gonna talk about the instance and all that. Okay, so that's tabled. Jumping into aquatic maintenance, Matt's, annual renewal. So it looks like we're going up from $28,716 to $29,700. That is in your budget, in your proposed budget. You budgeted an increase to, account for 30,000 in total in that budget line item. We'll need a motion for acceptance, and obviously legal will put it into our.
Can I just ask any questions?
Sure.
Questions first. Is there anything changing in this proposal that we're either getting that we didn't have, or something that we were paying for before that we're not?
No, the only differences is, it's a star standard, slightly under 3.5% cost of living increase. We sent these out to all of our districts, actually, because the legal entity of our company has changed, so that's obviously the most important part, so we know where everything's going. And, we don't automatically include dining ponds bigger than an acre, which we don't really do there anyway, so.
Okay, so it's basically $1,000 more than it was last year.
Yeah, and literally,
$1,000. Okay.
16 cents under $1,000,
Okay.
$16.
I'll second that because I feel like since we kind of have talked about what our expectations are, that things have been really good.
All in favor?
Big
Opposed?
question. Yes, you mentioned something about 1 acre, right?
Yeah.
Do we have any 1 acre ponds here?
Yeah, you're, I think, probably more than half of them are above an acre, but again, that's only, like, if. Honestly, what happened is we had a community ask us to dye their entire pond, which is ridiculously expensive, we built something in, it's, again, it's really as who's asked for it, like, hey, we got this pond. I look at it and say like, yeah, no, it's just, we don't automatically do it for anything bigger than an acre, we would have a charge for that, but under an acre, yeah.
So, I mean, like, is there any estimate for, because we don't have enough, more than 1 acre ponds, right?
So we're not dyeing any ponds.
No, no, we don't do that usually unless, the board asks for it.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't even know.
We turn.
You make it more blue than they
For
were
like,
like,
I think
yeah. I think,
some people ask for it. That's really good.
yeah.
All right, good there. All right, and then we have a couple of proposals here, so.
I think we finish that vote, we didn't vote on it.
Oh, I thought I had 5, sorry. All in favor?
You're wrong here.
All
I
of
think so,
them.
yeah.
Aye.
I believe we did.
No, that's okay, sorry. All right.
Yeah, for a second, back around that.
Let's get it done.
Brad, one last question related to that. So, that doesn't answer, it's still within our,
Our proposed budget,
Oh,
yes. Yeah, I think we accounted for a 3% increase, so they're a little under than that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah. Good, okay. And then, a couple of proposals here, so it looks like pond 5, pond 27, and pond 19 are getting plan proposed.
Yeah, I shaved down those numbers on the number of plants in there and the species, so we're just gonna go with the, just that arrowhead, which is, I didn't put a picture on this one, sorry, it was the white ones with.
The white flowers?
Yeah.
Okay, so remind us, where is pond 5?
Pond 5 is, sorry.
Yeah, I could probably go and find it too, but
Good.
There's a map on page 18 of your agenda packet.
on 18.
First one.
So pond 5
Basically,
is behind Acorn Court.
yes, I picked the 3, which are kind of the most visible to people, most would be 27, which is at the roundabout, if you head into
And-
the hotel,
19 is,
it's off of, Oak Spring,
oh, the big pond behind
yeah.
Oak Spring, behind Bobby's house. Okay,
And 5 is the other, they're just like the most visible
and
to
then
people.
The pond behind my house is almost empty, so I would be opposed to that.
Right.
I think that the
Seven.
plan for that is.
What pond is that, Bobby?
19.
So, no on pond 5?
Because he's using that as a track.
Yeah, I think,
You put it in the track.
I would agree, because I was back there recently trying to this land.
I got you.
I would be supportive of pond 5 and 27 based on water levels at this time. I know that we talked about putting the plants in to help with, keep oxygenating the water. And then we also talked about, correct me if I'm wrong, that the plants will attract insects, good insects, dragonflies and butterflies, and that will help to curb the insect problem. Mostly mosquitoes without actually having to use insecticides, correct?
Yeah, and I just did a planting in Claremont about a month and a half ago, and I think they found about the same amount of rain you have in their plants that we put in their ponds, they're still doing just fine. So they're lucky.
So I would make a motion to approve pond 5 and pond 27 for the plantings of the flowers, and then we can kind of use them as a test to see how they do and see if that helps to improve the water quality overall. And, you know, any mosquito control would be secondary.
There's a 111 looking good one right now, I don't know. What's going on.
Yeah, I mean,
Tom,
they're also a little bit low, but.
Yeah.
so no on 19.
Yeah, I'll check the five and
All right, second.
And so that's, estimate EST dash SDA 2413 and 2424.
Ending in 2413 and 2424, okay.
I'll second.
And
All in favor?
we did have budget for that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's what I pulled up, so let's look where you're gonna pull this
I'm
from.
gonna be opposed on that one.
Oh, okay. All right, bear with me. So let me retake this vote again.
Please comment.
My comment is not one homeowner has said I have an issue with mosquitoes or I want flowers around. We're about to spend $13,000 on something that the community has literally said our number one issue with the front gate. I think we should start saving our money on the things that matter. So that's my one.
And I understand that, but pond health is important. And I went to the community to make sure that the ponds are healthy and that they're attracting, you know, the appropriate wildlife, and that we're not, you know, inadvertently harming the environment by not treating them properly. And I'm pretty sure we do have money budgeted to support.
Well, I pulled up the budget in anticipation of this conversation. Before we finalize our vote, here's my concern. So your landscape replacement plant line that you're gonna pull from, this line's gonna get hit for $103,000 for your game and turf. That's gonna leave you roughly the 64 out of 35. Now, you also have a consideration in your landscape for refresh of pine needle. So these two lines are pretty much taken out. Now you're gonna have to dig into other lines that might be experiencing some surplus, but like I've been echoing to the board, we're kind of spent financially for the year with all the projects that we've approved thus far. I would caution us approving anything that is not an immediate need.
So pond and wetland maintenance, that's where we're talking about.
That's Matt's contract, so you are currently running at 14 and some change out of 53. Matt's contract's worth 28 of that. There's been some additional on, so you're probably gonna end that with, I'd say 35 to keep it conservative.
So can we use the pond and wetland budget to support these plants
You
as
can
a trial for these two ponds? And if it's not effective or not, then we just won't talk about this anymore.
You could, but here's the thing that you have to consider, right? Your budget is basically just a big pot of money.
Yeah,
This is just to help you out and break down. But if you take in, if you're taking into consideration all the projects that we're doing, like the guardhouse potential, creation and new amenity systems and stuff like that, we may have to tap into, the bar, we might have to tap into other aspects of our budget. So to Brian Bird's point, we kind of want to be conservative towards the back end of the year. Because we have so many things active, we want to prioritize. So if you think that this is a level of priority and there's a majority vote, let's move forward. But again, we are tight financially for the remainder of the year.
And keep in mind, you have to, at the end of the year, you won't collect for new assessments until January. So at the end of the year, whatever cash we have also has to get us through the first quarter of fiscal year 27.
That's right. About 3 months that we get.
I think makes good sense.
stealing my joy.
So, let's take a vote. I think I didn't hear correctly, so let's take a vote. All in favor? Show of hands. Okay,
You stole my joy, Brian.
and, opposed? Okay. All right, so the motion has failed. Karen, did you have a vote on this?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I'm kind of torn, really. I think that we have a responsibility to maintain the aquatics and to make sure that the ponds are healthy. But at the same time, if we don't have the money, we just don't have the money. I'd rather focus any expenditures on things that are going to be revenue generating, so that in the future we do have money to do the things that we want and need to do. So, you know,
Is that so?
so that's going to have to be an A. It's going to have to be an A,
All right.
but
do
a
we have
begrudging
0 to
nay.
5 for the rest.
For you, if we can, you know, move the drought conditions into the other direction and we start having more rain and essentially more water in the ponds, does that affect the likelihood of this being successful in a positive way?
We're doing how.
Or is it a detriment to us to not do it because of the current drought conditions?
No, getting out of the drought will slightly help the, these are really drought resistant plants, that's why I picked them.
Okay.
But, it's not going to be a huge detriment if you don't do it now.
Okay.
And
All
this
right.
is not a no, this is just,
Not
let's get
bad.
through this fiscal year, and then next year, let's work on some time.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions on this? There's also the fish stocking, but it sounds like we're gonna table that for future consideration. In general, pond aquatics updates?
Yeah, it just looks like we just haven't gotten the rain that we got last month over, in Polk. I think it's like a 30-year ponds for completely dry.
It just rains all around us.
But, yeah, we're still working on them. I know you'll see the reports, I'm sure as you're driving around, you'll see there's a lot of weeds growing up through them. They're all terrestrial weeds. We leave them there, they help stabilize the soil, so your ponds don't start eroding, because they're just gonna drown when the water comes back anyway. So we just make sure they don't get too hairy and spray them as we need to, but we do just generally leave them. They should be gone out here at this point, maybe 2 months with plenty of rain. Big improvement on Pond Zero by the main road on Ronald Reagan. We did a couple of heavy treatments that's almost completely cleared off, maybe a few more. And that's, I'm talking, I was doing for like some pop on 5 is back. I told Zach about it. He was out here, I think on Wednesday, so he was sprayed it then. Otherwise, I'm thinking about pretty much where I expect them to be given conditions like that. I also do want to give a big props to Dora. While I was out here doing the report, they had a fleet of mowers. They were mowing and picking up more trash than I've seen mowers pick up. So
Let's go, Dora.
Thank you. Thank you for choosing them. It's a good choice.
With the door open.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we've been all around.
Good, okay, questions for aquatics? Hearing none, great job, man. I really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Pool operation updates, Joe and I discussed, just how's the pool?
Yeah, Simon's on vacation right now. It really, honestly, the renewables have been fantastic. Any of the initial concerns that we had on clarity, on the slicks and stuff across the water, everything else. I mean, it's been on point. They send us a video every single day. Their communication's been top notch. We have a little bit of a funky little bump issue as it relates to the slide right now, which is why the slide's closed. That popped up a day and a half or a couple days ago, and we have speed out there right now. So, hopefully they can get us back in full operation and, we'll be good, but otherwise, very happy with it.
Very nice. We're working on definite dates of when pool resurface will start.
We're still not done with those contract negotiations. I was gonna touch on that in my section unless you want me to do it now.
No, feel free.
So as you know, last meeting, I brought back some contract revisions that we approved, disapproved. I took them back to Vermont. I had a call yesterday with Vermont's council. There's 2 issues that they have with things that we pushed back on it. And probably the most important is the warranty provision. So in our project manual that was issued, we requested a 2-year warranty on all work completed. That warranty period starts at final completion, which is after all punch list items are done, etc. Vermont, even though our project manual and our contract stated that, they are unwilling to move forward with the project unless the board will let them only give a 1-year warranty. I expressed to them that, you know, this was in the project manual. You were supposed to read the project manual. You signed an affidavit stating that you would abide by the project manual terms and conditions. At the end of the day, we can either agree to change it down to 1 year, otherwise we need to rebid the project.
So
What were you asking for?
Two.
my questions related to this are, we're basically looking at a warranty on their workmanship.
Yes, and then if there's any type of, such as the heaters or lights, if there's any manufacturer warranties, those get assigned to the district if they have a longer term, but what we are warranting is their workmanship and labor. So if it starts to fail 6 months in, that's an issue with.
So if we agree to their terms, can we then have Simon come in at the 6-month mark and do a complete inspection of the workmanship? So that if we do have issues, because I'm assuming if we're gonna have issues, we will see them in the first 6 months and then act on.
I have no idea. I'm not
I mean, the pool has been there for
a while.
enough years that construction settlement, if it's gonna happen, has already happened. So, right? I mean, you would think,
Listen, the standard is the 1 year. You can negotiate for the 2, which we usually do.
It was technically in the project manual, and for public bids, when you bid on something, you are bound to those terms. We are able to negotiate with them if the board wants to.
okay,
But technically speaking, they're supposed to abide by those terms. The thing that I don't think the board wants to get into is litigation on this. So
yeah,
we
and
either
I
have
don't
to
think
start
we wanna
over.
go out to another
It's a board.
RFP because we only got 2
And they're the same.
proposals and one vendor really wasn't even qualified to do the job.
Yeah, they're-
So there's a couple of things. One, we already publicly published this one. The second, if we vote on it, reducing the 1 year, it can lead to some outside litigation. Saying that like no board, randomly change the rule.
No, we have the protection under this statute that we are able to negotiate, after something is awarded, you are able to negotiate the terms similar to the landscape contract. If I would have sent the landscape contract in, even though it was included in the RFP package, they could have, you all could have come back and said, you know, could we discuss this term? The board has the business ability and the business choice to negotiate those terms even after it's awarded through the public bid. I'm not concerned about a challenge of it.
That is
Okay,
financially, we can negotiate, but when it comes to warranties and guarantees, I think there is a litigation because there are some cases which happen. Inadvertently, we didn't really, well, no board's intention is wrong. Maybe just, there might be a chance because if you're talking about warranties and guarantees, if something goes wrong, if it leads to some additional assessment, so one can come back and say that like, this is a complete oversight of the board
Right.
that they have to take that into consideration. So
And another kind of thing to think about with that, if it were to start to fail after the 1 year, I would really want to evaluate, have Brett evaluate it from an engineering perspective to see if there was some type of construction defect for when we did it. Because if it were something defective in the construction of it, if we could get this to fall under chapter 558, which is the construction defect statute, we would be able to sue them even though it would be out of the warranty provision, but it would have to fall under the construction defect statute and we would need Greg to opine on it.
okay. So you said that 12 months is the standard in the industry and that all of our,
In my experience.
and all of our mechanical parts will have manufacturer warranties that may be over and above the 12 months.
Whatever the manufacturer warranties that would be on Vermont when they purchase it would be assigned to the district after execution of the contract.
I just don't want to risk going out to RFP again and getting, you know, a substantially higher bid, or we end up pushing it back and do have a real problem with the pool and the interim and everything that goes with that.
At the end of the day, this one is a business decision for the board. You know, legally, would I prefer that they agree to 2 years? Yes. If 1 year it depends on how big the project is for whether it's 1 year, 2 year, or 5 years, and the type of project. So, you know,
Well, the lazy river is the biggest piece of it. We're gonna do that first anyway, and if the warranty starts at 12 months after the completion
Completion.
of each part,
of each part,
Of each
okay, not the entire project,
No.
okay.
it's each
All right, we saw where I was going with that.
No, it's each part, so they're each gonna be started at a different point in time, so
Okay.
each one's gonna have a different timetable and payment
Okay.
schedule, et cetera.
And they're only being complete by the engineer, right? When the
Yes.
engineer lays it on.
Yes, the engineer has to declare it complete, not me, not Joe, not Brian, not Simon, it is Greg's call to declare it complete.
Okay, okay,
So effective
all
that.
right. So I feel like if we do this, we just see if we can get, yeah, resort pools to come in and do an inspection of it, or if we have to pay for maybe
Just our own survey or
some of the
something.
surveys to make sure that it was done properly, and I think I would be fine with that.
No, that's fair. Sam?
I think negotiate for a few years as best as we guys could. In worst case scenario, probably if the board agrees, we can cut down at 18 months rather than 1 year. 1 year is a short term, because this new project, technically speaking, is a pool area, the chances anything can go wrong because it deals with the multiple components, the heating component, the surface, the slippery slope. If any leakages, there's a bunch of things that are integrated within it. I think 1 year might not be prudent enough. If for other things that is easier, but this is the tool we are talking about, I think we should go 2 years. They already know that, so they cannot really come in the middle.
I mean, unfortunately, they're going to terminate if we don't do 1 year, we would need to start over. That's what I was told yesterday. I've pushed, we've gone back to
Yeah, I do not want to risk termination and starting over.
I could give it the honest college try to call Simon. I know he has some relationship.
No, we know that they are represented by counsel, and since this is a contract negotiation, it has to.
It has to stay down.
But you can be part of the call and answer.
Yeah, you can be a part of the call. But their, Vermont has made it very clear to their attorney that they are unwilling to move forward in any way, shape, or form because, and their reasoning was that they did not price it to have a 2-year warranty. And I asked the question, well, the project manual said this is a 2-year warranty and the included contract said this was a 2-year warranty. Why would they not price it on what they're bidding on? And he couldn't answer that. They didn't read it.
It seems like very fishy thing to me. And quite honestly, that doesn't really represent very professional of them because we're at crunch time and we are forced, this is exactly every board meeting I'm insisting upon the legal team. Once again, please, my apologies to say this, but I'm deeply disappointed about your service. Again and again, you guys are short. I've been like this since April, I was there. You guys came up multiple times and multiple contracts, you came up short in diligence, in like identifying the flaws. You always come back to the board, 5 or 6 deficiencies, and then we discuss on them. Ultimately, our hands are twisted, we vote on it because we already left the time, 60 days, like 2 or 3 meetings, we ended up voting with it in a half of that format. No offense to you guys, but you guys have to do this homework a little bit better because we're at a crunch time right now. Maybe said like, we're not willing to get this done, now we're compromising from 2 years to 1 year. So it is a pool we're talking about. I mean,
I don't disagree with you. I would
Yeah.
prefer it to be at 2 or 5 years. The original contract that was included in the project manual had a 5-year term on it. Within the project manual and the description that Simon included, it said a minimum of 24 months from final completion for each portion. In the contract, we put 5-year because for construction work, my minimum is normally 5-year for infrastructure and things of that nature. Unfortunately, the vendor didn't read the project manual. I wasn't present at the pre-bid meetings. I don't know if it was. Yes,
What's your recommendation on this scenario from a protection of Solterra standpoint? Move forward with the year or restart the process because this is something that does seem kind of fishy? That it was in there to be like, why are they trying to back out? And are we gonna have issues with this 13 months from now?
personally, legally, a lot of concerns throughout this negotiation process that we have had to fight over so many terms that were made very clear to Vermont at the beginning, that were in the project manual, that were in our original contract, that were drafted. I find it concerning that they did not make themselves aware, ask the questions. Normally, if there's an issue with the contract or something we're requiring, the scope of work, the warranties, any type of assignment, that's brought up during the question and answer period of a public RFP. So I have some concerns that didn't occur. That I don't know if those questions were asked at pre-bid meetings. I don't attend those. In conversations with their counsel, he was unaware that this was a public bid until I emailed him and said, you know, they brought some new negotiating things to this contract because of the Florida bar. I can only speak to counsel. And he was like, well, is this just a project? I said, no, this is a public bid. This is how this has to go. We are a little government. We can't just negotiate off the grid. You're technically supposed to agree to the terms that you bid on. The board made the business decision to change some of those with the request that they made last month. I'm not a sixth board member. At the end of the day, this is a business decision for the board on the warranty. I do think it is. I've never had to negotiate this much on a public bid contract ever.
So
Yeah.
when these public bids go on, I think I understand that sometimes they are sent to contractors that are in the business.
They're published in the newspaper.
Okay.
And then, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the newspaper, and then if there's any vendors that someone knows of, they're sent to those industries.
So I guess my question is to all three of you, because you're in this business, are there contractors that you have used on previous projects like this that did not submit a proposal that?
Vermont did one for us in more North Florida. I believe it was Lake County that one was in. I didn't work on that, Mammoth did. And they signed our loan contract there, so I don't know why we have new issues. The other company that bid on this RFP is, if you look on some of the bids, it's actually the same people, the same underlying owners. Otherwise,
NB Pools?
NB Pools,
Oh,
it's the same people.
Oh, they just put down?
They have two entities.
So they have what, a commercial and a residential?
I don't,
Okay,
I
so
can't answer that question. Otherwise, most of the time when I've been doing it recently, especially over the past 5 years, people have been completely reconstructing, pulling out and redoing, and that's a different realm of construction. It's not resurfacing, so I would want to defer to Joe and Brian and
so
any other vendors.
yeah, what vendors would typically undertake a project like this that may not have participated in our RFP?
So here's my take on this situation. So the 1 year is what I have seen as standard for pool resurfacing. I have been able to successfully negotiate for 2 years in other projects. What my experience and relationship with resort pools as a district manager in their operation, they've never steered me wrong. That's not to give you, false impression like, hey, this is gonna work out, no red flags. I also agree with legal, like, hey, we need to do this as soon as possible. The fact that they're just asking for 1 year of workmanship warranty, it's not super alarming to me from an operational perspective, because that's what I see.
Okay.
2 years would be great, but, from a business perspective, would this be my make or break? Probably not, but that's me. I'm not the board.
So I guess I'm just trying to ascertain, are there other big businesses that function in this area that you would have expected to submit a proposal that did not?
Of course, there are. We have been in a time crunch over the last year. Supervisor Neal has brought this up several times. Unfortunately, because, our contracts are out and these things have just been neglected for a period of time, it's almost like we crash coursed everything.
Mm-hmm.
So that's put some pressure on staff to try to move this along as streamlined as possible. Like typically an RFP should hopefully give us like 90 days just to prepare and, you know, get all this thing. We did it in a month, you know what I mean? And maybe a month and some change. So yes, we were under the gun. If we have to go back in RFP, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Our pool has a good maintenance vendor. I think it's doing what it needs to do. And if we need to table this, it is what it is. You know.
And then I guess my last point or question is, you just mentioned that Mana did another pool up in North Florida. Has it been brought to their council's attention, the terms of
We are council.
their council?
Oh, their council, this is a new attorney that just got engaged in the last probably 6 months.
Okay, but is it fair to say, hey, look, we did another pool in this area recently and you agreed to these terms?
I hope not.
So we'll get transparent, the worst case scenario would be, if we move forward, that 13 months from now, a crack happens, all the water drains out, and we would have to redo the project again.
Potentially.
Okay, so that's worst case. Best case scenario would be, we redo the pool, it works fine, and we never have any issues for another 20 years.
And we potentially have an assessment or an inspection of the pool done at 6 or 9 months out to proactively address any concerns. And then we can make the claim
Or
under their
monthly.
warranty.
Joe,
Right.
Joe had made a suggestion, maybe our guy, you know, it's probably gonna cost us a fee, but maybe every month they give us a small report of how's the progression. I mean, these are all things that we can entertain.
I mean, shouldn't they be inspecting the pool anyway when they're working on it to see if there's anything wrong?
Not necessarily for like construction stuff, I think that's a little outside of the regular scope.
In this project, both portions of it are gonna take about 30 days total for each part.
Or longer. Yeah.
Well, there's a pretty short time period in our contract. It's not an open-ended, let me read you the,
I thought I understood that Lazy River was 6 to 8 weeks.
no,
And then
I told,
Okay,
I also brought that up to their council that they had told staff that it was gonna be 6 to 8 weeks, but in our project manual, it said you had about 30 days to complete both projects.
okay.
And I said, Dan, they agreed to 30 days in the project manual, that is what they bid on. And now they're telling me 6 to 8 weeks.
Yes.
And he said, no, they say they can do each portion in 30 days.
Okay.
This has been a unique public bid negotiation for me. I normally don't have to go through this. And it has made me a little uneasy in some respects.
Based on the negotiations you have with them, do you think they would be able to meet the timelines that they've stated in the construction? We aren't gonna have a pool exposed for the next 2 to 3 months when they come back with, well, okay.
I don't know. We
Construction.
do have liquidated damages, a liquidated damages clause in the contract, but if they go beyond that, and I have made it very clear that that is something that will be enforced.
A quick question. I think considering the negotiation, that is, the fact-based opinion, what I'm giving, the way the negotiations are going on and the randomness with their council, I guess we need to be extremely skeptical about their approach, because it is always, if their mentality is like, trying to negotiate in between, it's a public bid. Come on, you can't really tell me the council is not aware of the public bid. Number two is that they given us a proposal, the conversation happened. They already have 5 different items. We actually voted last time that we almost voted 5 different items that they wanted us to change. Of course, we didn't change all, but we did agree to some of the things. So every time they're coming back with more and more and more, with the intents that we don't know it's public. Number two, it is we just forgot to look at it, now it's 1 year. And then now the 30 days will be 8 weeks. There's a lot of things coming up again and again. If we win one battle, we have to wait for another battle to come in. I think this seems to be on the surface by the fact list, the conversations that you laid out. Doesn't seem to be a good idea to go ahead with them. That is my strong opinion.
It is a business decision of the board, but it has made me a little uneasy. The back and forth, some of the conversations, the things that I brought back when we first received the revisions. We didn't have the full story because then when I sent back the new revised contract of the things we accepted, we rejected, and the things that we would be willing to modify, And then he comes back and he says, well, this is why we won't do this. And I said, well, why didn't you tell me this in the first place so we could have discussed this last
Yeah,
month?
but that's fair, but I'm not like a threatening statement that we would all do this job. But yeah, I think what the brand meant, when brand said like, he said it right, like, right now the pool with the hands on the guy is doing good, at least on one level. I think we don't want it to be like, stuck into an issue or a prolonged issue for that, that's going to drag, God knows, 4 months, 6 months, we don't know, we just don't want to get into trouble. That's all.
And I don't disagree with you. I have to be hyper vigilant.
Yeah, I guess my question would be, so when they initially went with Vermont, if Vermont wanted to do work almost out of the gate, and we're the ones basically said, it's busy time of year, we can't go back. So if they were to take it back out to bid, could a stipulation of that be, this is when the work needs to take place, if the timeline doesn't change?
Yeah.
So they can go
So
back.
what we could do, I mean, you have the RFP package. I would want to go through and make sure Simon doesn't want any changes to the scope. We could have the same, I think our first start date was mid-September.
Yeah, that's
On or
after
after September 7th.
So after Labor Day.
Yeah,
So we could bring the package back in July 10th. We could have it similar to how we awarded it last time. Our initial timeline was that we were gonna award it in February and then we're gonna start 2 weeks later. We can include that timeline in. We could have the first start date be like October 1 and then November 1 for the second part, because it's only 30 days.
okay.
We could also have a start date of October 1st, but if we bring the package back in July, have it approved in substantial, so have it approved on that Friday, I believe we meet on July 10th or 11th. Have it published that Monday. And have RFP responses due in time. I think we can have them due before the August meeting. I would want to make sure we're okay with our statutory timelines, if you could pull that.
Correct me if I'm
But I
wrong.
feel like then we're gonna be rushing again, because then we got.
Then we can have them due and consider them at the September meeting for an October 1 start date.
But I think with the package is already ready, I think, because
Yeah.
it's the same thing.
It's the same thing, because of the issues I have had this time, I would like to include a bid bond. I normally only do that on really big construction contracts. But a bid bond would then allow us to call on that bond if they refuse to complete the project.
And also, when I question you, like, I'm saying this.
Yes. So we can do that.
So kick the packet into September,
We'll bring it back next month for approval.
just the packet.
The
okay.
packet.
Okay,
In July. We'll have it published the Monday after the July meeting.
So you're
To start the RFP process, we could have them due in mid-August for consideration at the September meeting. I think the September meeting is the 10th, it's September 11th is our September meeting. Award it on September 11th and have a mid-October start date.
but here's my concern though, from a district management standpoint, we're in budget season, we're about to have a bunch of adopted budgets between July and August. And I think the concern has been that we have been rushing these RFPs, so I think we need to kick this into like, start RFP in September.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be my operational feedback.
And we could have it, the project start after New Year's and have it all done before spring break of next year. Is that,
I'm just afraid that we're just gonna be looking at more money than we budgeted for the first time. I think that it's just gonna go up and go up and go up.
this is a business decision of the board, and we have two options. There's the warranty provision and then one other
You know,
provision
and
that they pushed back on that we did not want to accept.
And I do tend to agree with Sam's assessment that maybe when the bids came in, that they were probably not scrutinized in the way that they should have been before they were presented to us.
I did a legal sufficiency on all of the bids. I presented that to the board. Vermont fulfilled it. They signed an affidavit saying that they agreed to all of the terms of the contract, and now they've gone back.
So the last sticking point is this
So
work
the-
trip, that's it?
It's the warranty. There is one other provision. They included in their red lines, if you recall, something about unforeseen circumstances, that if they saw an unforeseen circumstance or encountered something that they didn't expect, they would take that unforeseen circumstance to a third party to determine how much it would cost, and then we would have to pay it. It was not my recommendation to agree to that. The board agreed with it. I said to their council, we will not be agreeing to that. We are a government entity. We don't just get to have a third party tell us what change orders apply. He said, well, could we do something to where if they encounter unforeseen circumstances, step one, they stop work. Step two, we bring in, they tell us how much it's gonna cost now to tackle this unforeseen circumstance. If staff thinks it's ridiculous or too much, we get a third opinion or a second opinion from an outside party, whether that's another construction company, a pool company, then those change orders would come to the next board meeting. They really were pushing us to approve change orders at any level outside of the meeting, which we cannot do as a government entity. And they did not understand. I mean, Dan and I had a long conversation yesterday. He understood. I told him we are a government entity. We are not a private company. This is not developers building out a district. We are a government entity. Change orders, because what if the project goes up by 50% of this unforeseen circumstance? So then that has to go to the board. And the board would have to approve that change order or say, let's go get a second opinion from another company.
And that they'll terminate us if we don't agree to that?
They won't terminate us there, but they want to guarantee that we would pay them for any work they had completed before the unforeseen circumstance, which I think is reasonable. But and he said he could get them to be on board with waiting to proceed with that circumstance until it's brought to the board's opinion to vote on that change order, which I think that's fair.
We voted on that, right?
We wanted to take it out.
We voted on that thing, like, if they start in the middle, they will get paid until the work is done. We voted on that last time, that condition, we put paid. Now, when it comes to one of the points that you mentioned, something unforeseen event happens. Listen, none of us are experts, we're not going to stay there while they're working. Even if the unforeseen event might be, they dig, one of their workers might have, dig something someplace which had some pipe broken or something like that, they can always come back and say, hey, the pipe is already broken, or guys just discovered it. So there is no way to say that it is their mistake.
Right.
So automatically it falls on our shoulders. Even if our guys go and do inspection also, it is very hard to do. Trust me that the pipe breakings and especially when they're deep in the ground, it is extremely difficult to say who's fault.
Right.
And the RFP is supposed to be like a not to exceed amount. They should have gave us a threshold and not to encounter anything.
Right, the 3%, 2%, something.
I don't like this clause.
Well,
I don't think the terminate the contract from Vermont and review it in July for the RFP purposes.
All right, motion from Supervisor Boissard. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Second from Supervisor Nealon. All in favor? Aye. Show of hands, just because I know this is a hot topic. All right. Karen, are you in favor of terminating the Vermont pool resurface? Or are you not?
I have my concerns, and I raised my hand, and I would like to just weigh in on this a little bit.
Please.
So I understand that that they probably, as business people, they probably want the contract. But when we did the RFP, it was prior to a turn of global events, which has accelerated costs on all fronts. And I think that on one hand, they're probably concerned, as any other entity would be, about cost overruns and what they've agreed to do. And I think that they're trying to mitigate those cost overruns, even though they agreed per contract to certain factors. they understand from a business perspective that this could end up costing them a lot of money. So I think that they're probably trying to trim the fat wherever it is that they possibly can to mitigate any cost overruns. Now, if you extrapolate that out, and if we go ahead and kill this and put it back out to bid, I think it's highly likely that if other companies or they rebid on this, we're going to be coming up with a much higher number anyway. And that would not be subject to, you know, I think everybody sees where I'm going with this, right? It's going to cost us a lot more money.
That's a good
So
point.
I'm really not sure if this is the right move because to terminate the contract means we have no hope of getting another contract at this price level. And who knows, maybe things will smooth out. Maybe there won't be a lot of cost overruns. I do agree, and I think that there will be issues that will come up if things don't. I mean, literally, I've seen this happen before in the 2009s, where a lot of contractors went out of business because costs went up, labor went up, and they could no longer afford to continue with contracts. And it wasn't a good scene. And I can see that this could happen again, no matter what we do on any front. But I think that this is something that resurfacing the pool is something that needs to be done. Heating the lazy river is something that we have promised to the community. We've got it scheduled. To me, I think that we're asking for higher bids to start from, and that still doesn't guarantee that we're going to get the job done. Just my input. I think that, we're kind of, I don't think that they're doing this because they're just jerking us around. I think that they're doing this because they have some hard financial considerations. And there's a lot of unknowns going on there right now, and they're just trying to mitigate those things. I think to me, the warranty issue is not that big of a deal. 1 year is the standard. That's my opinion, and that's it.
Joe, can you weigh in with your thoughts? We should, not really.
Keep in mind, all of staff, we can't tell you what to do. We're
I
not,
understand, Joe's probably the one that spends the most amount of time with Solterra.
yeah.
Day to day, and I would love your feedback in whatever capacity you can share it in your advice and wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, I just know coming in that there have been a lot of, deferred maintenance, the pool pump stuff, everything that has to do with the pool is extremely expensive. And because it's extremely expensive, I tend to kind of like towards, the better the warranty, the better for the community, because obviously we cover this thing, but the actual pumps, the infrastructure itself, I don't know how, they're gonna have their own warranty, lots of stuff. Obviously, the lazy river is being different, because they're boring holes and putting in lighting and everything else. Again, I think ultimately it's up to y'all, and if you guys decide to go with the 1 year, but then say, hey, we're gonna keep employing either REG and or resort pools to stress test the front out of the system for that year. My biggest thing is kind of meeting y'all's timeline. That's my biggest thing. And if you're not comfortable with what's there, or if it feels like there's been too much back and forth after the fact, yeah, if that's y'all's concern, I hear it. And if another vendor can do it the same amount of time, that's fine. I just want to make sure that it gets done, because again, you've got a pool that's kind of end of life here, so that's my biggest thing.
I know this is a whole point of contention with this contract and some of the things that have gone on, but I personally have been in every inch of this pool, every inch of the lazy river, the back corner on the right-hand side of the lazy river is missing a lot of grout. There's bullnose starting to collapse. This corner of the pool over here where this ladder is, that full curve, the bullnose is all coming out. I brought that to Jamie's attention more than 2 years ago. She never had any repairs done to it. So it's a time bomb ready to explode. It really is. There's staining in the pool, there's pitting in the pool, due in part to the poor chemical management that we had prior to resort pools coming in. And, you know, those are all very weak spots. I agree that there's a lot of global mess going on. I've been in this supply chain as it relates to medical supplies and have seen what's happened with back orders and things since COVID. The markets really have not stabilized, and now we have all of this unrest going on in the middle of the Middle East with the Strait of Hormuz and products coming from China, and China can't get their products to be able to distribute around the world. And I'm fairly confident that we're going to have a whole new wave of back orders beginning in the next 4 to 6 months as a trickle down effect as a result of this. And when that happens, things are either not going to be available or they're going to be unaffordable. And this price that had already exceeded most of our expectations, I think is just going to become unfeasible. And we're going to have to probably make some decisions about walking away from some of the things that we've already essentially promised the homeowners. And you know, Brian's telling me that a 12-month warranty is standard in the industry. I don't know that that's the point we can really argue, but I think there are some things that we can do to protect ourselves so that we don't get through 12 months without ensuring that we have them come back and, you know, correct any deficiencies that they may be responsible for.
And just as, you know, worst case scenario, the 12 months runs out, it starts to fail, you have to do it all over again, which, and my job is to be worst case scenario. I am your attorney, the sky is falling. Personally, I think for this size of contract, a 1-year warranty is
Well, I believe it's, I believe
So
the 1-year warranty, from what we're hearing, is normal and typical.
It's not.
most of my construction contracts that deal with whether it's a roof being put back on, pool resurfacing, redoing an amenity center, I rarely put in less than 2 years if it's a construction.
Exactly. But that's the standard, I remember the pool and roof are different. I see, the, one major issue that I see, it's not about the implement, the warranty for 12 months. I see the pattern of their behavior coming back and renegotiating. That is where the challenge is. So when, if I take into consideration, like, you know, Debbie and the guys, the valid points that, see, I don't that we are going through some changes in the supply chain side of the end. However, if the spike increases even now also, after the project starts, they can already say that, like, you know, drop the whole project, say that, like, okay, our cost increased by 5%. We can't really, it is not sustainable for us to continue on this project. There might be a chance because they're very good at coming back and they can easily come back on the negotiation, put us in a situation again.
And
So
we have to sue them for specific.
exactly, it's a mess. We don't want to get into your $600,000 worth of project with a negative attitude. You know, we got to go positively and then, like, you know, where both parties meet in a more positive angle and say, hey, we'd like to do this project, we don't have any more questions, we read your contract, we're good to go. Yeah, it might be like after 2 to 3% increase might be there because supply chain issues. That is negotiable at that point of time, as long as they give us a period warranty. You know what I'm saying? That I don't really see that goodwill. They're coming back and saying that we don't know, read it. It's not a government, we didn't realize it's a government contract. There's a lot of back and forth happening. I don't know whether we should
Just for my historical reference, when I've done public bids and I just did a public bid for a $22 million construction project. I had the contract finalized in 2 weeks. Because they read the contract, they asked questions during the bid process. It was signed and they've already worked through it. And that is my historical experience. This is very abnormal. It's a business decision of the board if you want to entertain their revisions. The contract total, because that was asked, is $554,228.
Brian Murray?
I mean, the two negotiation points that are here, and I would want to know your thoughts, Savannah, is one, could we meet in the middle, like, 2 years and 1 year?
They only know.
So the answer is no to that.
They said if it's not
We
12
pay
months.
them an additional fee to have a 2-year warranty.
Their counsel said that they did not price in a 2-year warranty into their bid. I asked why, since the entire package had 2 years and 5 years of the contract. I don't know. I would have to ask that question.
May I weigh in, please?
Yeah.
I think that, first of all, I think that it's going to be a lot cheaper to heavily inspect than to rebid. And if we put it out to rebid, every contractor, first of all, there's no guarantee that we're going to get more bids than we got the first time around. But I can almost promise you, I can pretty much guarantee that whatever bids we get are going to be much higher than what we've got in our hand. And I'm also concerned about our obligation to the bondholders to maintain our property, our CDD property. And as Debbie has pointed out, it's been years derelict. We are way behind on resurfacing and these things, and it's going to end up costing us more. I think that while, yes, it's not optimum, and yes, we're a little sore that they didn't read it or they didn't, or that, whatever. They're the only ones who actually bid on it who are competent to do the deal, right? I think that from a loss mitigation, meaning cost overruns and that kind of thing, I think that we're far safer in running with this contractor, running with the deal that we made with them. Yes, I think from what we've seen, they may come back. They may say, well, it's going to cost us more for this or that. They're business people. They're trying to stay in business. They're not just looking to play games with us, but this stuff does happen. And no matter what, if we put it out to bid again, it's going to be way more money, and it's going to cost us money to put it out to bid, and it's going to cost us time. And who knows how much further degradation is going to come. We have an obligation to the bondholders to make sure that everything is properly maintained. And I just can't see that our risk in going forward with this contract, even though there is some risk, I can't see that risk is greater than just simply canceling this contract and putting it out to bid again. We're almost guaranteed to pay way more money for it.
So we discussed it a little bit. Maybe let's finish the vote, see where we land, go from there.
And has Simon not agreed to act as consultant and kind of oversee this during the construction project?
So Simon's not associated with the project. He's just your pool vendor. He was our consultant for the RFP,
Okay.
but the terms of the agreement is going to be with Pools to Scope.
Okay, I thought I understood at some point that he was gonna be, kind of looking in on the project to make sure that it was on track and that kind of thing. And if not, would he be willing to act as consultant to oversee the construction project?
You can ask.
Could we pay him a fee to ensure that the construction is being done properly? Because we do look at him as an expert in this. Because I would rather pay to have a consultant oversee the construction to make sure that once it's done, we inspections and the testing done versus risk having to put it back out. I'm not finished talking yet, but I'm almost done, okay? Than to risk putting it back out there and being faced with something that is, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars more under the current global situation, because this was February that we did this, and we didn't have all of this unrest going on, and we weren't impacting shipping lanes, and we weren't, you know, driving up the cost of crude oil and fuel, and so many things have changed since then that we have no control over.
Could we do a conjunction if the board wants to do that with REG and Simon? Because Simon has said on the record, he is not a contractor. He does not do this type of work. He does not do construction. So I hesitate on having just him be the overseer and inspecting it because he doesn't.
It doesn't have a chief contractor.
Okay, or can we find somebody that will act in that role on our behalf to,
We could,
Of course you could.
we could,
Find somebody, yeah.
that we can pay to oversee this project and make sure that things are doing.
because Greg does have to, as your district engineer, for final sign off, he does have to come and inspect, give a punch list if there's things that are messed up.
I just, yeah, I would feel better about the whole thing. You know, and as far as your concerns go, if we can have somebody that, you know, has agreed for a fee to come in and kind of oversee this, and then can come in and do periodic inspections over the first 9 months to make sure that if we have an opportunity to make a claim under the 12-month warranty, that we don't miss that opportunity, versus us having to start all over and end up with proposals that are not feasible.
If the board wants to do that, that's fine. I just want to make sure whoever this inspector is would actually qualify
Okay,
to really do it. And Simon is awesome. I work with him in most of my districts. I don't know if he is construction.
okay, yeah, I thought I heard that maybe. I
Savannah's also
misunderstood.
gonna ask what it would cost for us to technically buy a year of warranty, so that might be an option. So I have to finish this motion though, so Supervisor Broussard and seconded by Supervisor Nealon, motion to terminate the agreement with Vervana for full resurface and rebid the project. So I need to take a vote by show of hands, all in favor? Opposed?
I'm opposed.
All right, so we have a majority vote, so we have 2 opposed. Opposed is Supervisor Heim and Supervisor Winker. Supervisor Heim. All right, so we have our direction.
Okay, so just to give the board next steps, I'll send a determination to Vermont saying that we will be restarting this project. We will bring back the packet. What meeting do you want to bring the packet
We
back?
could bring it in July and
We'll
then
bring it in July.
work on the schedule together.
My very strong recommendation to the board this time is to require what's called a bid bond. That will require whoever is bidding on the project to pull a bond. So if we get into a situation on this again, we can call a bid bond and force them to perform under the terms of the contract that's included in the packet.
Perfect.
So we will bring that back. Alert from Vermont's council this afternoon. And we will go forward from there. And I apologize, you know, this has been unique for me, so.
Can I ask you very quick?
Yes.
I understand that the importance of this project and I understand the need to get it done. I was thinking we have to be probably the best decision to make based on the facts. The facts are the RFP process, we're kind of rushing. We've had these weird negotiations. We haven't even started doing anything. We've already seen several yellow or red flags go up. And until we can get those, I think we need a vendor that's on our side, that's working with us, that said, and even if it is more expensive, I think that is a better option than a dysfunctional pool that isn't open while the lawyers fight it out and there's no one in the water. So I don't think there's another option that can be. If we're getting into trouble and we haven't even started, I don't think it can move forward. So I let them know and let's figure out the next option.
We'll tell her.
Actually, as quickly as possible.
Good, sir. I strongly second that is her opinion. I'm not that opinion, purely by the facts. But only one request to do legal is that please do prepare a questionnaire.
Okay.
So this way, along with the form, that questionnaire, whatever our experiences are, they need to tick mark everything. So this way, they legally can't even come back and say that like we didn't read the paragraph 10.
Okay.
So, okay, tick them a questionnaire as a front page, they can tick everything, then they can get into the big, looking at the big.
Okay, perfect.
Please, thank you.
All right, very good. We have direction. Let's keep it moving. We have the landscape maintenance update. So, Dorothy, welcome. Pleasure to have you. Thanks for all the hard work. It's not going unnoticed. Tab 5 on our agenda, we have the May 2026 Sunscape reports that I'm going to bring up here. I'm not going to read through in detail. I'm just going to ask you guys. There was items 2 and 3 stated from the previous meeting that some plants needed to be removed. Did we get those things done?
Yes.
We did, so that's good. Item 4, there was some pruning that was called for.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, there was, a couple of items here. So 5 through 9, 11, 13 through 16 and so on. There's some urgent items. I assume the urgent items you've reviewed and you're just working through it.
Yeah, we don't find same down with that titles.
That's great. That's a great update. Is there any concerns for you that we should?
Bars, of course, as of now, no.
Okay, all right, wonderful. And then, I'll turn it over for a general update. How's the turnover going?
I think it's going good, we're adjusting, looking at the corners, some areas that were neglecting from the previous company that we're trying to chip at it, so we can get everything back to where it's supposed to be. And, we also doing, taking up on ourselves and measuring the size on the boulevard, because it's like a cool trigger on that in the future. We got the number ready.
Is that the soil samples? Is that what that is?
Soil samples already being done.
Okay, in general, irrigation, I know is a big focal point for us right now. Are we working on a game plan to restore some irrigation?
You have that.
We have it.
I gave you an estimate to, we went through all the CDD parts, and we gave you an estimate in regards to what our, the repair thing we have done to get everything was operational. As of yesterday, it was fine, so it's not.
Okay.
Yeah. So part of our package, we put together for landscape and everything.
Okay, all right.
So what's the general state of it that you guys found? Just spending $14,000 on irrigation preparation.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay.
Might take some things in regards to breaks and things like that, it might occur other issues.
Sure.
After the fact, but as far as initially, I got some troubleshooting for some zones not operational. I got some valves that are not operational properly, so once they're up and running, there might be also issues. I think your drip line throughout the pool area, when the filter feeds get replaced, you want to get better pressure right here. You might find that might pose an issue. But overall, we're around about.
Thanks, Greg.
It's a good question, like, how frequently do you guys check the heads?
Every month, we do it, we, I go every, probably.
Because in the past, like, it was, and they fix one head and then the other one's off. Yeah, I see that, like, unevenness,
If you have a broken head, you don't have the pressure for the entire zone. So you go to no longer here where the process force intensity is being replaced. Right, what happened, the broken, so you don't have pressure, right? I may fix all of those, and I may have more issues I have to do once every day. Right, so that's our initial, recommendation as of right now, for what needs to be prepared.
Do you have equipment to check that, like, where the pressure points are going wrong, down or up? You use the technology to identify the pressure levels?
And it varies from about will vary from site to site, so you can't always turn around and say that this zone should have 30 PSI unless you use pressure regulated valve, pressure regulated heads, then you're not even be set, but other than that, there's can't test for that.
Supervisor Winker has her hand up. Karen, anything for us on this?
No, this was from before. My hand was up for a while.
No, that's okay. So irrigation repairs, landscape wise, this is probably our first point of priority because we can't do anything else without irrigation, right? Okay, so you said it's roughly 14,000 for the repairs, and we have a couple of other proposals in our current agenda. So do we want to walk through this and weigh out what should we do first?
Yeah.
All right, so we have estimate 7890. This is for clubhouse benches. I think, Joe, this is under your stuff.
Yeah, so the benches themselves are in, but this is for a proposal as far as putting some plantings around the benches.
Like enhancement areas.
Yeah.
Okay. What about this paver pathway remediation?
So, yeah, so this is the actual pathway that was put in before, it's gravel right now. We got a couple different options, so we have one that's stone, one that's paver, which was requested, and then I did one that is just an actual concrete sidewalk similar to here, because I figured it would match the rest of the community, so we have those three to compare.
And do you want to move forward with any of these? Like, do you need any of these right now?
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and take care, if we want to go ahead and take care of that part,
I mean, in terms of, so like if we were to this, because I'm thinking budget wise, so like if we have 14,000 irrigation repairs, do you absolutely need these like now, approved now, or should we?
I would definitely, it's been a big homeowner concern to take care of that path, so I would definitely like us to consider, those options.
Okay, so the two pathway, paver pathway and gravel pathway.
Right, those are more aesthetic, but again, you know, between all of them, I think you'll see that the hard
The concrete is
3,000
gonna be the way to
is
go.
considerably, less expensive, and it's gonna, I think, match what's there. In the long term, I think it's just, you know, but it's up to y'all, I think long term it's better.
Okay, the 19,000 one is the recommendation?
$19,536 for pavers,
Okay.
$10,950 for gravel, which is already there, and $5,720 for concrete.
We're
And I
recommending.
would make the motion for the concrete, which is estimate 1278 for the legacy concrete walkway that goes from Oak Moss Loop to the boulevard where the kids are walking through to go to school.
All right, all in favor?
Just a note on that.
Opposed? Nobody's opposed, everybody's in favor? Okay.
Just a note on that too, Legacy is gonna repurpose the gravel, so it's not. Right, but we repurpose some of the gravel heads that we have elsewhere.
Okay, nice.
So it's reusing.
Legacy.
So we have no waste.
Yeah,
So back to Dora, so, what we could do is take a not to exceed of 15,000, because if it's a couple of dollars over, for needed irrigation repairs.
And so this is CDD irrigation only, correct? Okay.
None, but
I do think that we do have valve tracking hours, we do have valves that are not optimal, and like Ian was saying, you do have issues where you have 14 heads. Once we get pressure, you may see additional issues. Down there, we quoted, I think it was roughly 14 grand. I think, you know, maybe like 18 or even 20, just because it'll cover, if we can just get that stuff repaired and go right away and continue repairing as we go around.
So can you talk a little bit more about where these areas are? Is there a list and,
Yes.
where's the quote,
There's a packet put together with this on the front page.
which we don't have?
sorry, the agenda goes out 7 days before the meeting.
Yeah, I got with Jeff Flemish and I explained that I was currently in England as of last week and I got back on Sunday and I put this together on Monday. And it was put together in handed in, so I was getting to you guys because I was out of the country. But there is a front cover page that depicts in regards to how many heads, how many nozzles, you've got a lot of MP nozzles that are not operating throughout the entire property, whether it's around the boulevards that we want, and nozzles that are not working properly. I can't tell you exactly how many ones that different zone, but you have a list of every single site of the venture, and it tells you on what zones, how many heads that need to be replaced, how many nozzles to be replaced, where I've got that balance, where I've got that aligned.
Brian, do you have it in your email? Can it be printed?
Yeah, well, I could actually pop it up into the screen, I just gotta go look for it, bear with me.
Now I can send that to liaison, whoever is the liaison.
Yes, Karen. Let me see, because I can't see anything. Alright.
I can't
I
see
don't-
anything that you're putting up on the screen, so if you want to either text it to me or email it to me so I can see what you're putting up.
Yeah, let me find it. Yeah, I wasn't forwarded anything.
You can text it to you. You can text it to us.
Being nice.
If it's normal wear and tear on irrigation, does it look like it was neglected or?
There's a lot of, mechanical defects. Whether it's the fact that there's some stuff which hasn't been identified prior to me showing up and inspecting everything. I don't know. I mean, you've got a bunch of breaks all throughout your drip lines throughout the men standing here should have been identified and fixed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I don't think they were like
And the piping stuff is broken, the small pipe.
you drip line pipe around here, it's throughout the breaks everywhere.
Wow, there's no pressure there, like, I think it's.
Correct. So again, I connect some pipes and they find other issues down the road. I see with broken heads, I've got a valve where it doesn't operate on the side of your property over here that I get this much head movement. There's investigational work probably was going to be done.
Do you cut it and refix it, or you run the whole line?
Drip line, which is just connection, connection. I don't need to run, I don't need to reinvent the wheel, it's just in case it connects into the parallel. If I find I've got something that does not operate, we'll cut it out and replace it.
And you're seeing a lot of defective bearings and valves after taking them from the previous president.
There is quite a few defective valves, but there's a lot of broken heads.
Oh, I got it. Bear with me. Email is working on coming through. If you recall again, we discussed when during this transition, one of the focal points for landscape maintenance is the irrigation component. So before we even start moving into enhancements, this is a big piece of it. That's why I would be recommending prioritizing this as soon as it comes.
I just wanted to see what it looks like.
No, agreed. It's still working its way into my emails here.
The only board you want us to send it, we send it to Jeff and Joe, we can send it to everybody.
You could say, and everyone, but I do prefer that it goes to Sunscape for them to review. Just keep in mind, the agenda is due out 7 days prior, so you need to have it to Jeff at like day 10 before the meeting.
Okay, just so you guys are aware, Sunscape, they asked us to get it done by the 5th of the month, so that's where I think the confusion is.
Sure, that's
What we can do is like CC everybody, these guys, from each communication from this way, Brian is usually very attentive, he'll respond back very quickly. So if there is, even if Sunscape has some advisories or any concerns, he will be notified in the same email chain.
Okay, I got nothing popping up in my emails here. It might be the Wi-Fi.
Are you on?
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Are you on?
No, I'm thinking, nothing's coming in. Nothing's coming in, Joe. Maybe.
Got
And I mean, for productivity, let's see where we're at for irrigation and maintenance repairs for the year. So you had 21,000 budgeted for irrigation maintenance and repairs. You used 6,400 roughly.
We send Yellowstone to Bill and tell
Oh.
them about fixing it.
Yeah. Good luck with that. All right, we got it. His email has come through. All right, let's throw it up on the big screen.
So the sprinklers that you're talking about in the parking lot, I've been taking pictures of those broken sprinklers, probably years.
Joe, can you send that to Karen as well?
Broken.
If possible. Sorry for making you do a million things.
I think that's something.
I'll take a look. So, Dora, I'm gonna defer this to you. This is.
That's just your June calendar, and that's on this is the irrigation, so that's your cover sheet. That shows repairs for all timers, and then if you continue scrolling, it'll break it out by timer and by zone, so you guys know exactly.
Okay, all right.
That's really good.
What should I be looking for here?
That's gotta be on what we have, where we want to fix. And if your backup, like what Debbie was referring to, like where we know where the issues are, you can refer to the irrigation inspection backup, you can exactly the zone and the time where he's prepared to coordinate it to. And then on the top, the first sheet is just like the top, the.
So where's
Everything combined.
the cost breakdown?
Right. It'll be fun. First day.
Okay, that's what I want to see.
A 16.
No, make it smaller so I can see the quantities and what they are.
The bottom is 16, so my bad.
Okay, so I need 36 your line breaks at $18 and 14. Okay. That'll take $16,000 at Brian.
Some 16 and some change.
208, what?
$19.
Are you kidding me?
I think it was.
And
It's a big rush. Yes.
no wonder everything's freaking dead, sorry.
No. There's a lot
No, just irrigation wet checks.
Even for example, so about the sidewalk, right, with nozzles in there, I mean, when the first put it over, they're completely gone, everything. They're not even there, so saying, nozzle, because somebody paid it, not.
So there's a whole pop
The water saying,
They were gone, like, so they were on the ground.
That's typical too, when we're on resort property, we see a lot of our properties, like kids, if you go do some sort of vandalism, or screw, they don't even know.
Yeah, I was walking down the boulevard, I sent you a picture, and like somebody just unscrewed one of the
Lovely.
heads off of the top of the, like.
I used to do it all the time, like. I didn't know about that. Well, and if I'm not mistaken.
Keep going up a little bit, Brian.
Sure can.
You said certain heads that were
Okay.
certain, just were not adequately coverage, right? So they just had the wrong.
Okay, 6
Entirely. So, I mean, that's part of it, you don't have to write the lesson, you're not gonna write the
What's the expense for a contractor if I was to put a spray nozzle in, is a lot more cheaper than the actual putting it in as me muzzle. But if I've got a zone that is supposed to be NPs, and you have a bus NP, you can basically try to get lazy and put whatever's on the pocket, happens to be a spray nozzle, you don't get the right coverage on that one.
Okay.
So, cost, are we all assuming for all this defective equipment that they're taking over and they leasing?
So I just asked Brian that, so technically irrigation repairs weren't in their scope.
Yeah.
Irrigation wet checks were.
Well, I obviously weren't checking vehicles since you got.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, we've already paid the final invoice. Normally, you can withhold for what's called deficient services. So if something hasn't been done up to scope, you could withhold. You have 15 days to do that, to send in a notice of what was deficient, why it was deficient, and why you're withholding. That ship has sailed for us. We can try and send a request that says, you know, it looks like you weren't performing. We would need Sunscape to opine on that if they think that they were performing contractual scope.
But we got paid for your time.
We paid, it's last call.
Listen, I'm very
They
disappointed.
would have charged you anyways, right?
Exactly.
And they would have probably charged us more.
You're correct. They
And
just
I'm
didn't fix
very
it.
disappointed to see this, I'd rather get the money to North of Yellowstone, so,
It's in your budget for irrigation repairs, and again, this,
One question, out of 21,000 allocated, we are in 6,000 something, right?
yes, 6,400.
Yeah, 6,400, so we have about like what, 15,000 left in there, but now it's 16,000.
Let's subtract 21 by 64, whoever could get there quicker.
well, I mean, we
Yeah.
gotta do it. All right, I'll make a motion to
14.6.
whatever this is.
All right, so not to exceed of 18 that they asked?
I just will go with this right now because the unknown, I know, it's like if I had a bad disc in my neck and I go in and fuse C3, 4, then there's a good chance someone had a problem above and a problem below, but I'd rather see it to be able to quantify it and speak to it next meeting.
So you wanna,
It's gonna take them a little while to do anyway.
you wanna approve this, so let's call it $16,662, not to exceed,
Okay,
10. All right, so do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Second from Supervisor Winker, all in favor?
bye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Nobody? Good. All right, so we are approving a not to exceed of $16,662.
So there's a comment, what were you saying? Well,
I'm going to say, if I'm going to do all this for president, before I do anything additional, I'll do the same thing again in regards to the fact that I want to do it to get another proposal before I do additional repairs. And so I don't, unless there's
Historically, we've always seen our irrigation repairs, I've done the board was 5 years, it's been between 1,000 and 12 months. So we've always had them do it, we ratify it, they just waiting because it says always under 1,500. So, I mean, we're talking about 16,000, I think that came in, bunch of crap, appropriate, they do the job. So hopefully going forward, we can be back at that ratification period, we got, upgrading to 1,500 a month and then we ratify it and approve it and go from there. But right now, I think you're probably in good direction to see another proposal prior to approving it.
Yes.
Sure.
I like it.
You guys got your notes?
I think that we fully understand that by repairing these might expose some other deficiencies, but until we kind of get it all kind of under wraps, I want to be able to see it.
Sure.
I don't have money.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
Just walk down. All right. Anything else? Landscaping, Jordan? Good. Any questions for us? Do you need anything from us? Good.
One last,
Yes.
One last.
Good call.
So what are the, this is, I like it, but the ones are like, can we keep a dashboard of this, so we say, if the, again, something broke, so it is relevant to this, they're not supposed to double check this. Okay,
Yeah, let me make a note for myself.
keep it in a dashboard or somewhere, so we can see which one goes in, and we are paying for.
So I think the problem with irrigation always, but just destructive little children and kids that come here and break crap.
But you may find the fact that, for instance, let's just go to the boulevard, you've got zone 24, I don't know, just mention. Yes, let's just say that I've charged you 6 nozzles for zone 24, and are basically either a wrong nozzles or they are not functioning and they're broken. And you've got 40 heads on a zone. So I could go the next month and I find I got 5 other ones that are not functioning a month later. A lot of it depends on what quality you've got coming through the system. So if I've got 5 more heads, we come up to and I say, well, you did 6 last month and you've done 5 this month. I don't know to which, I can't say, it's the same heads on that, out of those 40 heads that I've replaced it.
Now, I completely understand. What you can do is like every time, you guys said like monthly inspections, right?
You're gonna get this every
Yeah,
month.
in every monthly inspection. If it is a 40 head, you will eventually get the 40. Let's say you're replacing a base one, right? You just give me an idea. So today, like, let's say 16 we replaced, and then we have one like 34 left. Not sorry, 24 left on the remaining, right? So eventually you'll get to that 40 at some point of time in the next few months' time, or maybe you never get to the 40. Right. So at least we have some kind of a gauging on that, so you know how many heads that you guys replacing or fixing on that particular zone. Because having that accountability is essential, because as Bobby said last time, we just blindly approving after the work is done. We don't know what looks like anything to do any shape. Sorry for my language. So we ended up like the paying double fee right now. So
Yeah.
that's good.
That's good, great points.
And the good news too with irrigation is that you'll see reflected across your property, so if you know the repairs are being done, you kind of already see this by looking at the boulevard, and the repairs are not being done, obviously.
Right.
As the system starts working again, you'll start seeing the landscaping improve.
Okay.
So how's the first month been, guys?
Right.
Overwhelming?
Look at the face, the face.
The first month is a little raw, but we're starting going through it.
Now, listen, I can, it's only been a month, and I know that there's not been a lot changed, but I can already see the difference. I just think it's great now because one of the biggest problems we've had is with water pressure. And now you guys can coordinate the run times throughout the entire resort. And I just want to just put out there, which you probably already taken into consideration, but I just want to ask you, as you're setting run times for various locations, just be mindful that this space is open until 10 p.m. So let's not have the sprinklers on the boulevard come on at 9 o'clock where people are trying to walk back to their homes. So just think about, the getting from here to anywhere on the resort and make sure that the main sidewalks and this pathway around here are running outside of amenities, operational hours. That's all.
Very questionable. Anything else for landscaping? Going once.
Great job, thank you. And I certainly back in 5 minutes really good, so I keep it out.
Gentlemen, you are excused. Oh, I'm sorry, sit back. So the only, no, not the proposals, the only thing that I needed confirmation from you is the Pine Needle refresh. Do we need to do a Pine Needle refresh right now? What is the recommendation? We laid it down a couple months ago, but it's typically to do a refresh.
Pine needles, it just looks messy and unkept all the time. What is your professional opinion? I don't know what Sunscape has to say, but.
I mean, typically, with pine needles, if you want to look nice, you do it twice a year.
But they don't seem to stay in place. They get blown up with the blowers, and hours later, they're covering the sidewalks. I think they can be kind of slippery if you're walking on them on the concrete. And
You like spreaded homes, just spread.
while I wanted to love the appearance, I don't think that up against the sidewalks is probably the best place for them. I don't know. I wanted to love it, but I'm not a fan.
Karen, do you want to weigh in on the Pine Needle refresh?
Yeah, I would. I think that the installation was done poorly, and the pine needles. I mean, the mulch just floats away. It rains, it floats away, and at least with the pine needle, it seems to sit in place, and it's a lot less expensive. I think we've had this installed for more than 6 months so far, but I agree with what you're saying about the way that it needs to have a border. Like it should not just be floating next to the sidewalk. There needs to be either like a little section of ground cover or whatever, or grass or whatever you have as a border between the sidewalk and the pine needle. It's not just meant to be thrown down like that. You see it in golf course communities everywhere, which are very expensive. Up in the Carolinas, it's pretty much the standard, and it's beautiful, but it has to be installed correctly and it has to be maintained. So yeah, we're a little long of tooth on it, but it is a lot less expensive than the alternatives, and everybody's always complained about the bark just floating away. We did come up with an idea of using stone at one point, which would be a great solution because it doesn't float away. It's a long-term solution, but it is expensive. And at one point in time, Yellowstone had promised us that they could do that for us, accommodate the stone for us, and finance it over time, which would end up being less expensive than the annual or semi-annual laydown of mulch, but they reneged on that. So if there's a way to finance it so that we're basically paying the same thing year over year for stone, at which point, at some point, we won't have to refresh it quite so much. That would be the smartest thing to do. But I think the most affordable and the most attractive thing is to use the pine needle, but to install it correctly and to maintain it. My opinion.
So do we want to bring a proposal back for July for refresh of Pine Eagles?
I'd like to.
Yeah.
That would be my preference.
Good, yes.
And then you guys also for like the boulevard financing, you come up with some editing options too, and without being affected to contain. Yeah, we can do that. We can also submit a proposal just for shredding all of this, when you typically install pavement, what we do what's called a trench edge. You're gonna dig an edge along your bedding, along your sidewalks, just prevents the mold from going down. So.
What about mini as a alternative option to the pine bark that floats away, the mini nuggets? Similar to.
Shredded mulch typically doesn't, the mulch that floats away, you're mini pine bark, that's the thing, that's the mulch that when it's shredded, it's a big thing snapping down, unless you have like, this is the way. Shredded, I mean like in Florida.
Sure. Alright. We'll take both options, that's great.
Did we talk about did we approve this quote? I slept through it for the bench landscaping.
No, the only thing we approved was Joe's concrete, so the enhancement proposal
I
is.
know you were gonna dismiss them and I'm looking at this.
So the enhancement proposal goes back to the same conversation of the pond planting. We've spent our landscape
Okay,
budget for the year with the game. And then the only thing that you have left is the 30,000 and some change of the pine needle refresh. And it looks like we're about to get a proposal for that, so enhancement wise, we probably gotta put a pause.
just, okay, because that would
Because we
give us
just
a chance
approved
to get all of the irrigation.
Irrigation.
And then by the time we get all of that in order and we actually let the grass grow.
Let me,
Then we can talk about this, okay.
let me just pull up on the agenda packet, what time is that, 6?
It doesn't, I don't see a proposal.
7 for the irrigation? Oh, no, Savannah's seeing something on our, oh, it says under separate cover, that's, I think,
That,
the 16,000.
Okay.
Yeah,
that is,
okay,
I thought I was the word 6, sorry.
you want a break? Okay, anything else for Dora?
No, thank you.
Sorry for the back and forth, you guys are, Karen, anything else for Dora? Pictures? Going once. Okay, you guys are good, we're gonna take a break. All right, let's take a short recess here, we'll be back, everybody on the call.
Thank you.
How are you doing, babe? I'm on hold. I like your shirt. I like your shirt.
Sorry, I didn't. I asked you if you're on the phone. I'm frustrated, but I'm just not used to being on the phone.
It's a meeting.
Would you like some more coffee?
You want to go to Starbucks? Pick up a couple? What do you want to do? We don't have any more coffee. Can we pick up a big thing of Bustelo? Because I think one of those little packets isn't strong enough.
It's not really a full cup, is it?
No, it's really not.
I've been trying to drink. So,
Mm. Well, you want to, which store has the big? So I think we need to get one of those. If you want, I can order for delivery. It's free. But if you want to take a walk,
what are we expecting something?
your toe things. Let me see when they're coming. Are we still on break? Because nobody can hear anything. Is anybody there? Hello, hello.
I don't know. Hey, everybody, we're still in recess. We'll be back shortly here.
Okay, how long will it be about?
Karen, I'd say give us about 10 to 15 minutes.
Is everything okay? It was a long break.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're returning from recess at 1:02 p.m. We're gonna go ahead and get into food and beverage operation updates with REG.
Hello, how are you doing today?
Hey, Greg.
It's got April's.
Yeah.
Yes.
So how April went down, we collected 165,000 of total revenue, and that was so that sales was 128. At the end of the month, we did fairly good. Majority of our sales came from the down, the counter up top. We had ordering improvements. Got about 506 items sold through on our ordering, and was working even better as well this time.
That's right.
Greg, do you know if this is in our agenda or no?
No, we didn't get the.
That's fine, I just.
But we can send it out.
I sent it to you.
Yeah, we were just looking like, oh, what are the numbers? Okay, keep going, yeah.
Yeah, so with that, we did have a pickup on delivery at the end of the month and in May as well. We did 120 deliveries between those 2 times.
Nice.
And that's with all the magnets, yeah, so that would improve as well. So
Do you know what the average, like total for delivery is, like per order, when you start?
But I had it blocked at $25, but then I just opened up freely, so like some people are just testing out again, like sweet potato fries or like one item just to see how it works and just playing around with it. But we were doing about $25 for delivery, and we had a big order. Last couple of weeks was like $136.
Oh, wow, nice cater party.
It barely fit there. So.
That's what we
Were you
need.
able to get more of your staff on the chair?
Yes, yes, so yeah, so anybody is able to do it except the cook, but we need to cook. Yeah, but everybody else is insured. We did bring in, the end of the month, we did bring in ice cream from Hershey's.
Let's go.
Ice cream bars.
Yeah, so we have a lot of everything. You got Snicker bars, Twix bars, ice cream sandwiches, bomb pops, name it. We just started out with just their high favorite stuff. And been selling them. I put another order in, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be running out of that.
The icy's still going nuts.
The ice is still doing that. The machine is holding up. It's going to need a new compressor. They do that for us anyway, stuff like that. So I'm just gonna get that upgrade for that as well. We did bring in the frozen coffee. I don't know if you saw that cafe tango, and that just shot rocket out. We did like 130 servers already of that. We have mocha and French vanilla. And that was like a buy-in program. So they offered you the machine, you buy 20 cases a year. That's all we
Perfect. That's it.
They already bought 8 cases of it, so. And then they do have some fall items too, so they'll be bringing out espresso and pumpkin spice.
Ooh, let's go.
So we definitely have that one year round. Other than that, no major things around stuff like that. I know we had some issues with our ice machine, and the main issue was they needed deep clean. Like we found sand, things of that nature, so much debris, and we wasn't keeping up. So I was able to get that cleaned down. We changed the water filter, and it's perfect.
Are you still having my issue with the water filter? I know the previous company that stated that.
Yeah, so what it was that they didn't get it clean every 3 months that it was supposed to, so it would fill that water filter up crazy quick. That's when you knock the ice produce and stuff like that. So like if you see the ice now, you get like big chunks, and it's the same one, different like 7-Eleven. It's we have that whole thing stuff like that. But that was the main issue of it, was the deep clean of it. You just gotta put it on the end. We just did our audit in April before our license, so everything been good. 5149. They did offer us that this is brought to the full county, the 3PS quota, which is the one that they could do on and off premises. That means that you could sell alcohol here and they do package alcohol. So they guess if you want, that's up to you. I don't really.
So packaged like as in cans of beer being delivered?
6-pack, stuff like that. Nothing like, you can't get like a vodka cola, because it's not.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, anything.
They do sell a sealed machine that does seal, I don't know, out of the powder.
Yeah, but you don't really want to take it that far.
I think if we can do that, we can, but I think don't we have an obligation then to make sure that the person receiving it is of age?
Yeah, that's where that insurance comes in as well, but in that, the only part of it, it takes away the 50 month for you. Because now you don't have to buy a lot of machines, like having to food, over delivery. So that's the only like benefit from it, but then it's more insurance, things like insurance.
Would that be good though, if we're talking about building a bar? Because if we build a bar, we're gonna have probably
Yeah.
more.
Right. You probably want them to spend the money here, yeah, that's
But
fair.
it's just an option, to say and stuff, especially like with delivery and stuff, that, you know, and the pool shut down and you're like, oh, I still want to drink. That's just an option. Yeah, I do qualify for that, but that's another licensing procedure.
Okay, all right.
Fun to know. Keep that in mind.
Fun fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the equipment is going downhill, but that's expected. See it is because of the weather situation getting too hot, like overheating and things like that nature. I know we had a gas leak last week, which I was able to get fixed. Luckily, I was able to tell that it was a gas leak and things of that nature, but gas could just be positioned of the equipment or just trying to pull it in, things of that nature, but once you get into equipment, you're gonna have to get new gas lines and stuff like that. So,
How's the life of the equipment? We still got some time. This is just a heads up.
it's probably like 2 or 3 days I need priority, but like, the best thing you got in here is your priority. I feel like the priority is 6 more years. But yeah, he said I would have to talk with the whole. I could literally like that, I can reason for my hand inside.
Wow.
Yeah.
Probably getting some pricing together for
Yeah,
that.
it has at the moment, it's like, it will work one day and operate and something like that, but that's the biggest pulling of electricity here. Yeah, but other than that,
You have quotes for all of that?
yeah, and I can show you, I did quotes for like every equipment in there. It's very good. But it's just upgrades on the stuff that you have to like program.
Is this all one?
Yes.
Pass that over. And it's only, right now, the stuff that I have is, the grill, air trap cooler, and the refrigeration, and the 2 freezers, and then it's a $24.
24 grand?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you don't need all of that. At the moment. Like, stuff goes out, like, for that, like, very costly for that, things that, working, but I know for a fact, refrigeration, cooler, and the freezer. But I can tell you, and that this moment, we do ourselves from pizzas. For that's.
What's the pizza oven cost?
So I was suggesting to do the turbo chef, which is a pizza oven and it does many things. It's like $17,000 for it, but then it does pizzas in 6 minutes instead of the 15 minutes that it takes.
So we can get increased production.
So you're up year to date, net profits, according to our records, roughly, let's call it 250,000. That's after expenditures from the REG.
Yeah.
So
Has that been spent already, or can we allocate some of that to this?
you could allocate.
Well, I think they have the ability to make purchases for equipment. Excuse me. I'm reviewing their agreement right now. I believe they're able to spend the money that out of that account for things like equipment. I just want to pull the specific terms because I know we had dollars.
Is it out of 250,000 lots? Is that excluded the 90,000 lots that has been given?
Yep, yeah, that would be with the, taking into consideration the monies that we've paid back to Artemis to manage the monthly costs, which include like labor, when his labor goes down, or, the cost for, beer, food. I think we've supplemented the account 3 times, so roughly 210,000 has gone back, and then our account has retained roughly 250,000.
So that's including all the 210,000 lots that has been given.
That's right.
So,
Whoa, give me 1 second. Monica, I'm gonna mute you.
So, is there any money left besides the 250 net profit? Is there any money left in F&B account to use really?
So you, yes, so you have a merchant account that was sitting about a month ago, roughly in the 600,000. And this is before F&B. So before F&B, it was like at 299. So we can make the argument that it was at 300. I think we had to pay a bill to Artemis, so I'm taking it down to 250 to be conservative. But you still have roughly, 550,000 in that merchant account that can be utilized for this. 550,000.
Plus 250.
That's included in that.
That's included. So,
Yeah.
okay, so if you're still 250, roughly around 300 is there.
Yes.
That can be rotated.
Well, actually, including the 250. So your 550 is like positive revenue, net sales. This is our money. We can use that full 550 for either investments or enhancements.
What is, I mean, in terms of the enhancements, like anything, extremely urgent or needed, so they said that can produce some ROI.
I would think the pizza oven, if Greg's saying the pizza oven's about to go.
But it's top priority, and then the refrigerator and the freezer. I think the refrigerator and freezer is on that quote. I did too, but not the turbo check.
Okay.
I just talk about this.
Well,
I sent it to you.
yeah, let's circulate this. We don't have to make a decision today. Let's maybe make a list of recommended equipment that we should approve within the next 3 months.
Yes, it doesn't, you don't have to make this now.
We're gonna try it for summer.
Now, I think that bringing the pizza oven is a great idea, because if you can get pizza ready in 6 minutes versus what are we waiting for
15.
now, like 16 minutes or something like that, then that's a great opportunity to, meet guest satisfaction and to be able to increase the volume on pizzas.
Yeah, and you're going like 200 pieces a month so far. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So that's the number. And then 200 at how much is the pizza?
Pizza starts at 17 and it will go up to 20 depending on the time.
It's not 17. So roughly 3,400, let's call it. And then if it's 16,000, it will pay itself in a couple of months.
So can you do a great job on that, like, if we put it to $16,000, how many pizzas are going to be as the?
And it's going to have greater capacity than our current one.
Yeah, it's still a whole different, the same floor, that looking at the same floor, but then you'll be able to.
But over an hour, you can do 40 pizzas
Right,
instead
so
of
like 10 pieces would take you like 20 minutes.
of
Instead
16. Yeah,
Instead of 2 pieces taking 20 minutes.
yeah.
And it's more consistent, so that when you have the issue with the dough and all that stuff like that.
So, yeah, 40 pizzas or, that's a lot. That's a big difference.
Also, that $16,000 to be, is there any cost or is the price? Total price.
The pizza oven? Yeah.
Does it need any installation or anything, or do they just deliver you plug it in?
It's already, it's already there. Right?
400 pizzas is $6,800. So you'd be potentially making an additional 3,400 a month. But I don't know, because even though it'll be faster, the demand, if it does not exceed that 200 with the time limit, then you wouldn't see necessarily net profits. Because if it's still at that 200, if I'm not able to take 200 orders to 300, then it's just, I guess you'll save on payroll labor.
The F&B report is missing, is not part of it.
Yeah, we're gonna send it separately. It wasn't able to make the agenda, but we'll have Greg send it out to the board.
Sounds good. Lastly, I know last time we spoke about, there is an issue that you're gonna check with the legal about.
Yes. Yes.
Any word on that?
Yes, let's, the review of investments is coming up.
Okay.
And then I'll be able to touch base on that.
Okay, sounds
To compare its programs to what it's. Greg, you want to inform the board on our discussion with the opportunity for the walk-in freezer? Is that something that we?
Yeah, so right now, your walk-in freezer is your walk-in cooler as well. So it's like literally the size of a walk-in closet, which is very small. So for me, what I'm doing now is having multiple orders per day, because I can't fit everything in at one time, but I would like for like the barricade to be separated from the walking. Just because if you're planning on building the bar and things of that nature, you gotta have those kegs in there, and it has a tap system that goes underground. And then we would have to bring kegs out there to tap in the line.
I think that's a great opportunity, once we get the bar done and move that equipment out into the space, that'll give Greg, an opportunity to expand the kitchen area and, be able to maybe move into the next phase, which would logically be some table service dining and expand that menu. And then he's got a real full service restaurant back there in the bar.
So that's a great talking point. We had our recent town hall last month. One of the biggest takeaways was also the bar, right? The bar opportunity is the revenue driving source. So, maybe we could start as staff, getting some plans, getting some ideas, getting some costs on what that would look like. That's great.
I've shared with you kind of that
The vision.
vision, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have to structurally alter our building?
No, it would be in this space right here.
Okay.
It would sit within, half of the covered patio space.
It's meant in a rectangle sports bar vibe, place.
Can I show you the picture that you've already seen of what my,
So Greg, let's make a list of recommendations of what's the next phase of enhancements, let's get some cost breakdown. And then can you work with Debbie this month on the layout for the bar? And if you need to do any expansions or the beer.
Right.
Let's get all that, let's get some documents.
Yeah.
we need to turn.
And also for
Like, let's,
estimate,
Mhm.
so that we don't get 3 years estimate, we also know it's an estimate. So we are adding this equipment for the purpose of what the ROI.
No, I love that. Yes, okay, so.
Things that you showed, I don't know, the easement needs to be cat walking through and where the schools are, that's where we need to put.
And is there someone, Greg, do you know the state requirements if we were to install a bar there? Would the state require it to be, if it is truly just a bar and not part of the restaurant, do we have to have it cut off from?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we had talked previously about maybe having to put up like a metal railing
Yeah.
with a pass through if we
Okay.
needed to.
Okay.
And ultimately, if we get to that, point where we do have table service dining, we want it separated anyway to keep full patrons
Yeah.
from spawning at the tables out here. So
Just
I would just kind of define that these are separate spaces.
yeah, just when we start doing our initial investigations, let's make sure the state won't put in. Let's make sure what the state would want us to do, so we're considering that in any of our process.
No, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Anything else, Greg? Karen, I know you had some comments on the drinks. Did you want to bring some of that up? Might want to away from the computer. We got some cups here that we're showcasing for the World Cup.
Yeah, so that way, I started selling those from the cut. They'll be able to, have souvenir cups as well. They'll be able to get
This is just an example of how quality. Okay.
Yeah, that's something that
double wall.
Let me know when I can talk about the cups.
Yes, give me 1 second, Karen. And so Karen, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you to talk about the cups.
Yeah, so I brought up at the original meeting that if it looks like a toy, it's a toy. And it doesn't matter whether it's a shark or an alligator, but kids are going to think, and adults apparently are going to think that the shark, the alligator, that they're interchangeable. And somebody brought up that guest had an issue and they had an issue. It was very confusing as to what should or should not be in a child's hand. And I think pretty much the consensus amongst the people who weighed in on this online was that, listen, anything, anything that looks like a toy, a child is going to gravitate towards. There's no additional expense. There is no reason why we can't have an adult looking cup that will not be something that kids are going to want to grab and sip from, that contains alcohol potentially. And I see no reason to not add another cup that is not going to create that issue, especially when you have children, as was mentioned on the chat, who are on the spectrum, and you can tell them, but they're not going to understand. It looks like a toy. So is there any possibility to add a cup to the repertoire that would not be attractive to a child?
Yeah, yes, I mean, they have different varieties of cups. I know I was talking to Debbie about, trying to get the coconut, which is, handcrafted. So what they do is it's going to be a little bit more expensive, but they're handcrafted, so there's no going into it. And it's more heavy duty, so it's like more like it feels like glass, but not glass.
Okay.
That would be
Well,
more.
presumably we're making more money on alcoholic beverages. So if we have to spend another 50 cents on a cup, that will not, that's a problem. I think it's a serious problem.
No, it's well noted. Let's look at some adult options, adult beverage, and then bring it back to the board for review. It's fair.
Thank you.
And Greg, you do have under the agreement, if you want to make that change in between, you don't need board approval to do that. If you get up, then.
Yeah, to me, I don't mind, as long as it's selling that. I mean, I'm trying to make everybody happy and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the character cups, it does, like I run out every single week, so. It's literally a kid comes up and says, "Oh, I want a shark," like begging their mom to drink. It's an impulsive buy. We did the Gator cups. Well, the Gator cups were supposed to be for Gatorland, England, but it wasn't jumping off how we wanted to. So that's what we pushed it towards the adults. We're like, hey, what do you buy this for the drink? And that's what it's So it was originally for kids.
Okay.
But then it was like the kids were like, "I want that. They just want to play with the Gator."
Yeah.
So that's why we went that route with it, and it was only a limited supply. So we had like 6 cases that we just had down. We sold it out in like 2 weeks. So, yeah.
All right.
So that's like the option was always open, like then. Besides the tumblers that we have, that's the only thing we actually have for the place.
That's fair. We were experimenting. We were trying the experiment on this one. We learned let's get something more a little catered to adults.
And even if we got to go to a different vendor, just put that in the.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll work on that. We'll get the board some options. Anything else for F&B? All right, hearing none. I have my notes, Greg. I'll add it to my summary. Debbie will work with you this off month for plans for the bar. Okay. All right, so let's jump into Joe, General Manager updates.
Supervisors, it is I again. Yeah, so I mean, today's pretty interesting. So aside from one day, this is 1 year since Artemis took over. Thank you all very much on that. Yeah, so obviously, your fiscal year runs through September, so it's a bit of a long year for us because obviously what our proposal and, budget went off of was a 1 year period. So I am happy to report working really closely with my amenity manager, Gianna Garcia. I am happy to report as well as with maintenance that, for our contract, we are actually under budget in this first year by $45,000.
Let's go.
Across the board. That was of the 2 biggest mandates when we came on. It was basically enhance the amenity experience. But don't continue increasing costs over and over and over again. So the fact that we worked very diligently to, be good stewards of your money, and really take that seriously and cutting where we could and keeping staff where we could, to definitely get that, under, 45,000 to some may not sound like a lot, but that's actually a decently big project for us or multiple smaller projects. And right now as everybody's talking, finances and concerns, every little bit helps. So, but again, I want to thank all of you on that too. This isn't, Brown knows there's no ego in it for us. Could not have done it again. I think, district management comes in, been extremely helpful with us. We have worked very well together, worked very well with council and all of the vendors, and obviously you all as well, because I think, we came in and you guys had identified that CDD was essentially stuck, and you wanted to move everything forward. I worked very well with Bobby. We worked to try to keep the security, costs down. We're looking constantly at peaks and valleys when we need to increase, security decrease. So my, Supervisor Neal and the work he's been doing on the budget to let us know even more clearly how we're spending. Brian is always working with us on ideas and also helping to try to, source things outside of the general network so we can get them cheaper. The gym was probably the biggest win, and it's one of the things we get the biggest feedback on. And then obviously Debbie working with Greg, and what a revenue generator that's kind of been for everybody as well, and what that's gonna do. So just having a general round of applause, because also to the homeowners as well. These town halls have been extremely helpful. It's not grain salt for us. We do listen. And when we listen at these town halls, that's how we're able, and I can go to Greg and say, hey, something's gonna come up in these cups, right? Let's get ahead of it. Let's get ahead of it, get options, so that when we go to the meeting, we may not make a determination, but at least we can start working on it. And that's the whole idea, is that we can start moving things faster than we're forward. So for me, and obviously I know we've got a million things, still, I'm just gonna very briefly talk. Year over year, this time of year, you guys are actually up 24%, give or take, on revenues for May. That's about 60,661. They're actually doing less than the Cabanas, in terms of sales. It's barely down. A lot of that I'm attributing to, again, our 3 o'clock storms. We've been very cloudy. We're all getting the Cabanas when it's cloudy. They're really out and be enjoying the space. Staffing wise, everything is exactly where it should be. I will say that we did just recently have, very recently have a transition for lifestyles. And the lifestyles role. But what we did is there had been a lot of interest in us doing bigger events, not necessarily more expensive, but bigger events, and doing a lot of different types of events. So, what we did, and Brian and I have spoken a lot about 5Ks and things like that. So we actually poached someone from, who is the lead recreation coordinator for the Polk County Chamber of Commerce and the commissioners. They basically run all of the events for Polk County at that level. So we actually poached them, brought them here, said, hey, you're having a little bit more creative license to do some things, but they are very familiar with larger events, how to put them on hand, because they already work with the municipality, they understand the budget constraints that we're working with. So we're really excited about that. That'll start next week on Wednesday. Prior to that, they worked for Reunion for a number of years, but they worked with Polk County for 7 years. So we're excited about that. And then what was mentioned earlier, I believe someone brought it up, is that hospitality is key. And what we recognize is that whether it be a matter of the front gate, or whether it be just what we do, the cafe is open until a certain time, food's open until 10 o'clock. Once the ladies leave, it's done and lit, it'll be open until 10 o'clock. While guests come in, they understand that we don't run homes, they're still coming to the resort. So what we would like to do, and what we are going to do, is we're shifting our hours to the clubhouse, will be open until 10 o'clock. It's going to be no additional cost, because we're simply manipulating the hours of the people that are working with us. They're aware of it, they know what's coming, that'll start in June. And so guests that arrive late happens all the time, right? MCO, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, they can come in, they'll have somebody here, and then that way, they're not just walking up to a building and spit watching. Okay, and that's really what we're trying to do. And again, as it relates to the front, if they need to purchase a gate for any reason, we're still here with that. If they need to do anything, if somebody comes in, I don't understand leadership fees, or I don't understand how this whole thing works, or if they need assistance, how I get in touch with my host. We just want to be available for as long as the amenities are open. And it didn't make sense to us closing at 5 if your amenities are open until 10, because then there's just big issues. So that's a decision that we made internally, and again, it's not going to cost anything.
It's huge, great job.
I just want to commend you and Deanna for being able to provide a better guest experience for all of us with less people and less money.
Come on.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's huge.
We very much
Yeah,
appreciate it again. Sorry. go ahead.
I'd like to say that there's been just such a paradigm shift in guest experience and just the overall feeling. You walk into the amenity center, everybody's happy, everybody is smiling, and it's just a completely different experience. And the things that you have been doing, I mean, you've taken on the mantle of overseeing a for-profit cafe. You've just added so much more dimension to our services, to our events. Uh, it's and I'm really looking forward to the things that are going to be forthcoming. That clubhouse, the amenities, that's really so pivotal to the guest experience, our reviews, and that follows to the income of the roughly 1,000+ residents or own homeowners who rent their homes out. And that can do nothing but increase property values for everybody across the board. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I know how hard you're working and the results are very clear. Thank you.
No, I thank everybody on that. So very much appreciate that. And again, very much appreciate the team. And again, Brian, Samantha, you guys have been fantastic. There can always be little roadblocks when you guys change vendors pretty quickly, which you did.
Yeah.
You change vendors pretty quickly, but again, been very close. And just a really great relationship and kind of bounce things off each other and everything too. I think that's a testament to the board's consideration for who places to the role, because I think Joe's the right company for the CDD. Well, I mean, you work, so of course we do the same.
Wow, here, baby.
Root for them. So I'm telling you, like, their presentation, I was like, yeah, let's go with them. So,
Brian, I didn't mean to leave you out. You too.
This is.
You're not right until next month.
Just my favorite
You're,
phone call again.
you're amazing.
It's so funny. Hello.
I think
But,
everybody is working together so well, and even though we don't always agree on everything, man, everybody's listening, and I think there's a paradigm shift in how people treat each other now, and how this board acts. We don't always win them all, but we all get along, and I think that that's an imperative for the community for us to keep progressing. And I think that it comes from the top down. So Brian and Joe and the team, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
thank you all very much. All right, so with that, let me just jump through two little updates, and then after I just announced saving money, I'm gonna hit you with a.
Here we go. Perfect sandwich. Great.
So on your PNF project, that's your front sports board. So everything was taken care of. Council got that taken care of. They had a few questions. Not council. PNF had a few questions today that bounced back and forth with council. So there's a bit of a delay in what's on their end. And then you got so they'll have all the material and everything according to them will be here and on site about the 26th of this month. The entire project, weather willing, it's going to be that month. Okay, so we're looking at early August. We're aiming for.
So is that gonna close the volleyball court during that duration, or will people still be able to use it and kind of they'll work around
So
in pieces maybe?
yeah, I'm thinking first they're going to give me a project timeline. So I think once I see the project scope, I'll be able to kind of talk to them and say, hey, do I need to send some of that and close this down? Initially, I think they're going to be pulling up all that mulch for first and foremost. I'm going to try to see if they'll use that elsewhere, because that was kind of like the consumer, to put it.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can always try to reuse.
Break it over here.
Yeah. But very similar to the pool thing, we'll send a notice out once they get the project timeline. I'm trying to keep you all apprised Yeah, I just don't know how, I mean, obviously, assuming the fence will go in last, but then with the fence too, you can consider, are we gonna have some sort of access control there as well, but those are all things for later on. So, yeah, so that's the idea with that project. I'll have more details in the meeting for July meeting, everything's starting to here, which is gonna be very good. On the Springs entry wall, that was completely, that's actually been done, since right after the last meeting, so they can, our staff, we did that in-house. We already had the paint, which was awesome, so the cost inside was their hour. But yeah, completely repainted the Springs entry wall, at the front. Couple masonry pieces fell off and we were able to get those back on. So we got those back on. So those projects are done, and then again, everything that we kind of talked about, the striping project is completely done, benches are in. We're just kind of waiting on, again, whether we're going to go through and do the planting around that. The marking remains done, and really just, I call the fee for patio build out. We just pulled, because we still have some, we pulled the lifestyles, some budget from lifestyles. Again, all of these TVs are redeployable if, should you guys decide to go to bar in the future. The mounts and everything's redeployable. Everything was done in-house, so, all of the outlets or whatever it is, they were added by our maintenance team. But yeah, so we've done these, the, work with Spectrum, still have some Spectrum issues, but that's not district that is, yeah, that's not district that's Spectrum, doing Spectrum. So this is on its own network completely. No guests have access or control to it. They're all Zumo stream boxes. We can have 5 different games at a time, or 5 the same game. Most likely when we're doing World Cup, we'll have 5 the same game. We did a good solid sound bar that can echo through, and we'll have the audio for the DJ and everything else will be over here. That way we're not, having to chop over each other. If the DJ comes out, we'll kind of do their thing over here. We had hoped to have 2 couches in. Because we're doing kind of like a leisure setup that'll have, I think, be a lot better for the space. The tall boys, the tall boy tables go on the back side, the low tables will go to the inside, and have a new outdoor sort of leisure space with couches that are gonna look really good for cocktails and stuff.
That'd be a nice transition.
Yeah, it'll be a good transition. So we're pretty excited. It's nice. It's again, all those couches, they're all modular. So everything can be broken down, reconfigured, however you need to do it. And then, again, we can make them smaller, we can have a bar if it's not, so our eye is towards flexibility in all things. So however you decide to use the space, we can flex it out. We've had a homeowners, whatever you call it, some sort of homeowner event, HOA event, and you lease out the space, we can reconfigure and put anything in store, bring it back, and it's all very, very quick in terms of how
Are you still waiting on us for something on Spectrum? Do I still owe you something for that?
No, we're just trying to deal with Spectre, or just in general, because they're not really accepting you all as the new caregivers.
Yeah.
So, so in terms of the Spectrum side, they're not really being too friendly. They don't like the fact that Rosetta is now in charge of your CDD, so I think it's access to their accounts. Once we're able to do that, again, we can close out all those accounts within the plan, because it's gonna save $18,000.
Right.
Per year, so we can close those all out. You already have the, comp lines from the HOA. It's already installed, it's already functioning. But until, we're not going to that because it's a shade issue. But until we can get some other things changed and kind of calibrated differently, we can't fully get rid of at least one of them.
I'm gonna review this with you.
Yeah. But I think you'll cover on top of that too, so. And that aside from that, yeah, we're just really, a lot of events planned and really, trying to push, again, the World Cup offers a pretty unique opportunity for us to really work with that space and try to drive revenue. And just kind of see what we can do. We've already had, it's only been up a little bit, but we've had some pretty big compliments, some guests that come in and say they want a certain game on. And it's only been there for a day and a half. So that's great. I think people are pretty stoked, and we're stoked too. We like seeing change, and
That's right.
that comes together, Jim comes together. So yeah, it's pretty good.
What about the time the motion for the spending for the equipment?
Yes, what are we getting?
Motion to that you were spending for $3,200, not $3,200 for deep security equipment to make it so we can mobile print passes and then start.
Okay.
It's probably gonna be far less than that, but it's certainly safe to look at that. The printing, unfortunately, had gone up a little bit and.
Not to exceed of 3,200?
Yeah, I would imagine it's probably gonna be somewhere between 2,500 and 3 at most spots.
200 for the printer, or 3,000 for the ink.
But no, so the printer things are between 500 and 800 right now because they're hard to get with paper printers. So Joe's actually having trouble getting one replaced right now because they're just not available.
Wow.
Sites having trouble getting the printers. So we're gonna have to, I'm not exactly sure on the pricing, we're gonna have to get another laptop, another printer. We're gonna put on power supply and probably do 2 of them, so we have that flexibility to be out there printing in the circle.
Did you check out eBay by any chance?
Yeah. Yeah, we told. Yeah, not for the Ethernet ones that we need, they do have some of the Wi-Fi ones, but inside it's telling us that's for some reason.
No, we need the Wi-Fi.
Do what?
We need the Wi-Fi.
Inside.
For what?
Yeah, so like.
It's not on the speaker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For our part.
Is this temporary? Because if we go in a new direction in the future?
No, this will all be usable equipment for that.
Yeah, the printer is something right now.
The printer is temporary.
No, the printer will be for the new, if we go, any security system we go with, they're gonna have some type of printer pass no matter what, so that's like a fall.
What are we printing passes for?
Parking and the front gate entry.
Oh, the parking passes. What do we currently do?
We print them.
We do print, this is just an
So
additional.
we have, right now, we have one printer up front,
Okay,
and we're having trouble even getting it, so Joe had ordered a new one. That one came effective.
okay.
Now, the place that we're getting from sold out, so Joe's doing iron medics and paper ups. But for us to get these mobile cards rolled out to make it mobile, we're gonna need another printer and computer to make that file.
Yeah, check it.
Yeah.
Usually they have some.
Yeah, I can definitely check.
But, just a quick, question, honestly, is, if we might be moving in a different direction, I don't know if we're gonna be doing
That's
this.
like meeting for months.
So
No,
I guess my question is, if we're gonna have the clubhouse open until 10 PM and there's gonna be somebody in here to be able to print passes, is that really necessary?
That will go.
Here
That would go.
with the mobile,
I mean, if Joe's people can do everything, then that's fine by us, but I'm thinking this way here, we're outside. Security personnel with traffic purposes and uniform purposes. I mean, it's gonna be a lot quicker if they're out there mobile versus someone getting out their car, taking a picture of the license plate, coming in here, they may not even be in the system. So some of the time we've seen people that we send the clubhouse for a pass, they come in, they come back up front. Hey, you have to day old, show me go to the clubhouse, there's no pass for me, blah, blah, blah. Now they hold the traffic for 2 minutes in front of me.
that's a host
All
problem.
to argue, and then we have to go back and forth. So if we're mobile outside, we check the address, we know, hey, get on the system, sorry, contact the host, send me down the street.
Is this for proof, so that when they park, they have something on their dashboard or something?
Yes.
Okay,
So if you're parking the white line, you don't have that pass, you probably should get to tell.
that's, and this is not applicable to the driveways, only the street parking?
It's the street parking.
And so the street parking, my only reservation is if we did go towards some of the things that we have been discussing, my ultimate goal would be to remove the paper aspect, the printing aspect, so I wonder how much in the hole would we be just for the printer?
So it's my understanding, Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong, that in the event that those systems ever have problems, the fallback is still in test.
Okay.
So, and because they're hardware agnostic,
Okay.
they can still utilize that and it's double printing. But again, I think you should talk about Wi-Fi so that again, when they do park in the front and get out of the car and they come in, one person can have an issue that takes 10 minutes with the park like directly on somebody else. I think the idea is obviously to share where we go faster.
And we can use it as a backup.
Yes.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm good.
even like, when you have a CDD meeting, right now, they get it from back stuff.
Mhm.
And we have that mobile car, but when we're, we can pull that thing out, then the staff and the front pass, they're in the.
As a backup plan, I could get behind, that's fair, because if systems ever go down and you have that as a backup contingency, I could get behind, that's fair.
No, not only, but they can use even with any new system, they can easily use it, just pay them.
Yeah, okay, those are my questions.
Make a motion to approve, body request.
So second from Supervisor Merge, not to, approving not to exceed of $3,200 for additional IT equipment. All in favor? All right,
Just
opposed?
a one final comment.
Yes.
I don't want Bob to bring to the curve and something.
Yeah, okay. Heard that.
Only black, white, or
Okay,
I will.
yeah, back to you.
All right, it's,
This is for furniture?
yeah, so just remember, I was under 45,000.
So we're gonna spend it.
I'm gonna-
Let's spend it.
And to be fair, one of the things I do hear frequently in the chat is I went to the clubhouse and the furniture, it's probably nice, and the furniture coming back and it's like, no.
Yeah.
So I understand all this things.
But I will warn you that there's probably a few homeowners who, I will remain nameless, that don't like Hollywood furniture.
Yes.
I personally think it looks beautiful, and I've sat on it for extended periods and not had an issue.
Bill, I mean, again, the ones in the back, I mean, our issue with those, beyond just the aesthetics.
Nah.
They're all beginning to fail at a pretty rapid rate, and, when those plastic or vinyl go out, then you got the rusted screws, you got an air thing, so this is, and again, you got to obviously whatever not to exceed, this is the worst case scenario. I'm currently working with their commercial team to try to drive the price down a bit, since you guys have done this with them in the past. So this is the worst case, so there is some flex to it. Yeah, it's a lot of furniture.
I'll make a motion to approve the Hollywood furniture quote not to exceed $34,805.
Similar to the conversation that we were having with F&B, since your merchant accounts, also, holds revenues earned through the amenity process, you probably want to allocate funds from that, not your general fund.
Perfect.
Okay,
You can easily tap into the same account.
exactly. So I had a motion from Supervisor Hyam. Do I have a second to that? Supervisor
Second.
Lindblom? All in favor?
Aye.
Waiting for this day.
All right.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Deanna. Thank you, all of you.
And that's all I have.
All right, turn over to legal.
Do you want to jump into investment opportunities since Supervisor Needham has to leave it too?
Yes, I do. So the only update that we have there, legal and management have been working through some previous agreements that we had with banking. Our senior accountant is looking into what are the potential options within South State. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Sure. So when we did our refinancing in 2023, we did a private placement with South State Bank for that refinancing. A term of that agreement, that placement agreement, was that all of our banking accounts actually have to be and remain with South State for the duration of those bonds. Now, what does that mean for the investment opportunity? What Rosetta is doing right now is evaluating everything that South State offers to see if there's a comparable product to the FL class investment. If there's not a comparable product, we will be able to invest in that FL class, but we've got to paper it that we've worked with South State to try and come up with something that is as close on return, liquidity, et cetera, to make sure to cover us basically.
Yeah.
But all of our accounts, just so everyone knows, have to stay with South State. Regardless of who's at the helm of running anything, make sure we don't move our bank accounts. So, but that's what we're working through right now.
But you still have a caveat of discussing the.
Yeah. Yes, if South State doesn't offer something that someone else does, we can use them.
Awesome, perfect.
Yep.
So that we're going through that.
So you can work on it, right?
That's what we're working. Yeah.
We need money.
We need money.
We need money.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. So we're going through that if they can't offer a comparable, then legal feels sufficient enough that we can.
We'll paper it, we'll just draft a little, memo, put it with the bond file with bond counsel, and I'll be.
But because we're talking about almost 40 to 50 thousand dollars for the movie per year.
It's a big chunk.
Yes.
Yes.
Do we know this when we voted on this a while ago, that there was the banking account rule?
This was discovered. Yeah, our VP, when we were going through the initial, process, located this agreement and was like, hey, let's review this.
We didn't know it was there.
We did not.
Rosetta Financing pulled it, and they called me, and I said, hang on, let me call bond counsel, and I called Rob, and they said, what is this?
So, more to come. We'll get there. Okay.
Otherwise for me, so an update on the cell tower. Duke Energy or PeakNet sent me their updated certificate of insurance a couple weeks ago. I had some feedback on it from our insurance counsel because it